McAllister does, you'd take it in an heartbeat, wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's going to take something special to take that title from Liam. John McAllister, Cian Monaghan, they are going to go at it right now. If I was to put you on the spot, who do you fancy going the furthest out of these two this weekend? We've got two tournaments.
If you were to ask me about the game, I'm going to say it's going to the decider, and I'll go John McAllister. And I'd expect him to get to the semi-finals of this event.
Well, I expect a dish fest. I'm not going to put my neck right on the line, but I expect these two guys to go right at it. For myself and Andy Betts right now, we are going to hand over to the commentary team where Wade Morley is with our very own Dan Fairway.
Thank you. IPA rolling into town once again here in Glasgow. We have John McAllister versus Cian Monaghan first up. Joining me in the commentary box, as said, was Wade Morley. Good afternoon, Wade.
Good afternoon, Dan. How are we doing?
Yep, not too bad. So John McAllister, Cian Monaghan, your thoughts, your predictions?
I'm going to agree with really close game. John breaks the pip him.
Oh, talking about his break. The first one, well, it looked good initially, but kicked in off horribly. I mean, yeah, choice of two, really. The one you would expect him to make, but yellows look marginally easier. Beautiful. Yes.
Argument.
Yeah, problem is stretching.
Any ball.
Yeah.
Drop the top right corner and go down to the bottom right.
Yeah, I think so. Left centre, last ball. But there's so many. I think it's just critical in situations like these not to take it too easy.
Yeah, this is essentially one of them frames where it's kind of too easy. Just makes mistakes by it being too easy. Ian's just had a good walk around the table like that. Just making sure that he doesn't. When you look at the table there, you can't really make a mistake. Not landed on this.
I think he just needs to. Pretty well recovered. This is missable, this yellow. It's not. Probably should have been more straightforward.
Yeah, and as well, he's got to kind of screw on and off the cushion because he's going to have to go back to the spot off his. Got to make sure he gets this feel good shot.
Nice. Nicely done.
So I think if he uses the blue spot as a market, perfect.
Yeah, I think what I liked about that was and you pointed it out at the time when you had to walk around the table when you used his attention. It looked, but I think that shows how much Kean is maturing as a player. 'Cause, I don't know about you, but I remember when he was coming through junior, you know, he was in and around the tour when he was sort of 16 years old. Lightning, running around the table, and it's just see the progression.
Watch all of the top players. What they've got to do.
This time, John McAllister. John's at the table looking for his pattern here. One apiece then, and John McAllister. The disappointment of the in-off from the break in frame number 1. Get himself on the scoreboard straight away at the first possible opportunity. Plenty of latest scores for you. We have an extra couple of tournaments here. Glasgow Youth Invitational as well. So there's a lot going on that screen. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell us exactly which competition is which. Have the aforementioned Youth Invitationals, as well as our usual professional, amateur, open, elite ladies, ladies amateur and ladies open. So there's a lot going on. John McAllister hoping for a better break this time after that in-off frame 1.
Yeah, I mean, he actually hit the last break really well, and he was off.
Oh, he's just kept it out there. That would have been bad because he very nearly went in off straight into the centre. actually caught it really nicely, and it's come out all right. But he is fortunate that cue ball didn't drop in the centre pocket.
Yellows here. Drop the yellow to the right middle bag for his first shot and try and leave himself an angle on the one to the left corner to screw into the one on the cushion. I think he'd love to screw into the one on the left cushion here and actually be on the one to the right corner.
Yeah. Yeah, it just depends how full he's going to catch that yellow, doesn't it? He doesn't want to skin off it.
I think he'd like to screw into it with a little bit of pace, full ball, kind of push it up towards the middle bag.
Oh. Ooh. You mean he's okay?
Hot in that, so he must be on the yellow to the right corner.
Right, doesn't it? Thing is, you can get that just that little wobble of the cue ball
On it.
No,
That's why I quite like screwing into it there. Wouldn't fail to be on the right corner.
left key and a go at something. I think there's a double on here.
Is he looking at playing the red off the black as a double? Black up onto the right side cushion. Safe?
Possibly. I think even... I don't even know if the double is in his mind. It might just be try and get the 8 ball safe. He's in a situation where there's not a huge amount he can do. Played the shot you suggested. Would have liked that 8 ball to have come. Yeah, gone another couple of rolls would have made things difficult for John. As it turns out, I think it goes centre and corner.
Yeah, he had a good line with 8 ball, but kind of just opened up the frame for John. A bit backed in the corner there, wasn't he?
There was not a lot he could do, was there? Good safety by John in the end. Following a pretty poor position. But yeah.
Pot the one corner now and threw the cue ball across the table. One in the right mid. Been happy as ever. Yeah.
Looks like someone else has just opened his birthday presents, doesn't he?
That shot by John has essentially won him the.
Yeah. I mean, Kean won't be worried about that. Came to the table. Absolutely. It was a good effort. Try and push the black safe. It was a good spot for himself as well.
I think it was the only shot.
Yeah. The pace he played it at made me question whether he was trying the double and the 8 ball. Well, there was a bit of sort of caretaker pace. I think if you're just trying to get Absolutely.
Yeah, because he's played it in. Did miss the double. The kind of covered the
Yeah.
free red. Went into the bottom left corner. Essentially.
Are there any score lines catching the eye? Ben Davies in an all Welsh battle with Eddie Roberts out on table 18. Being 3-1 up in that one. Cut break for Kean, and this time he's made a ball. That is not a particularly open layout, though. Bit of mileage in the frame. But I think it's going to be forced into yellows. I can't see a red on. Well, the red closest to the black spot would go, but pushing another red safe. I don't know if I like this. Going for it. Not bad, actually. I was worried he was going to push that red on top of the two yellows on the side rail, but come out quite nicely.
He's actually not a bad position. The only thing I can here is the red on the right hand rail near the middle bag. Possible double.
Well, I think it's a possible double if you move the 8 ball, but I do think you need to move the 8 ball out of the way for them.
Could possibly just drop in the middle, but the angle that we camera it.
If you're right behind it, then yeah, as the last ball, then maybe. But you would want to be absolutely dead straight on that pocket, your eye line, and hold the works, wouldn't you?
I'd rather top corner.
Well, yeah, possibly. We'll find out soon enough. Don't know whether he tried to leave himself an angle there to
I think
move it.
Doubles. Or is
Past the 8 ball.
Right, if it does, he'll play the plant here through the cue ball back 2 or 3 double straight. Fourth time is like, look at it. Must be tight.
Yeah.
Pinky.
One of those that goes in the near side of the pocket rather than...
Yeah. These off the side, don't they? Got to be it.
Ooh. Not a bad time to miss, but it's never a great time.
But I think the bad thing for Ian here is left John on the yellow to the left corner. But probably hit it with some pace, try and bash. Yeah, I mean, he'll be relying on a lot of luck, but he's got the perfect natural angle to go off the bottom cushion.
It's not the result he wanted, but I do think that shot's made him favourite for the frame. Ian's now got 2 awkward reds, only 1 open. And John doesn't need to push the boat out here.
And also, you know, John's 5 balls against 3 balls, so if John does want to be attacking, he's got 3 balls down here to go into the side rail. Does he want to go attack it or
I
clip off
suspect
it?
we're about to find out. I think he's going to clip off this and top corner. No, that's worked out absolutely beautiful.
Not sure he wanted to go black on the way up.
No, I'm not sure that was quite as.
Sorry, I'll take. Again, there, just like the last frame, keep kind of backed into the wall with not really a shot on.
John just increasing his advantage in the frame, getting that yellow out side rail. Ian's in all sorts of bother here. Can't even get to the bottom of the... Already used his extension also. End went for the not quite a hit and hope, but there was certainly would have been an element of luck to that shot for Cian. So John McAllister with ball in hand if he wants it. Yep. Revisit.
Probably just knock Cian's red out the way here.
Tell you what, if that yellow hadn't slowed up quite as quickly as it did, that would have been disastrous. As it turns out, it's not a great shot, because now he's got to play a slightly awkward plant here.
As far as John goes, that's an awful shot. Cue ball's coming away from the first ball that he's planting. Yeah,
He's going to be fine, but yeah, it was dreadful. There's no other word for it, really. Bad shot.
that's what he was like when we won the world doubles. I had to carry him all week. Honest. But no, John's usually he's very precise with cue ball control.
Back recovered.
Not after today's performance, but that is fully expected. Still clear up it, but not in the usual John McAllister fashion.
Yeah, I mean, it was I was with you at the first shot when he had ball in hand. I'd knock the red out of the way. Do your work. It was a pretty bizarre shot, but the way he played it was even more odd.
I don't actually should have played yellow. Trying to be.
Yeah. And now, I mean, yes, it's 8 ball, 9.5 out of 10, but this is missable, this one. Dragged it. Lovely bit of cue in that. I do like the way he plays drag and soft stun shots. One of John's, something that he's got in his locker. Not a lot of other players do.
Yeah, he cues the ball so well. He reminds me of the Sean Murphy at the pool world, actually.
Yeah, that's a really good shout, actually.
John to break. I think I recall doing the Coventry with you. On about John's break, he's took a bit of power off it.
A commentary at Coventry 3 times.
Coventry. Tom's at Coventry. Tom's at Coventry.
Yeah, that's marginally easy. But yeah, you're right. Yes, we did sit there and talk about that. I think that's continued.
Yeah, because he used to hit them really hard, and he's kind of more times it now. Tap this. Just a lot more. I mean, he was a bit lucky there. The cue ball was going up towards the corner, but
it was tracking.
Not as hard as a lot of people hit them. Gets that and pop. Little bit of a tricky layout here on either colour set. Well,
it's a bold shot, but if you play the yellow above the cue ball off the red first shot, the yellows become quite easy. Playing the plant. That's worked out nicely too.
I think that'll do. Will that do?
I think so. Don't know if the red on the red closest to the balk line. That pass to the top left. If not, that is a slightly awkward ball.
Don't think so, because I believe he'd have played on it straight there.
Yeah, I agree. So I'm not sure. It's also difficult to tell whether it goes top right. It might go top right. I think you've got more chance of. If not, then he's got to play a good positional shot to get on that red. think he's going to come 2 cushions and leave that red to the same pocket.
Or just
Yeah. Come all the way round, so it does go top right. Have they overdone it? Oh, I can't tell.
body language.
Yeah, he can tell. It's maybe a millimetre too far or over the side. Like he's got near enough a full pocket. That's not. I think he just duns this one in the down the rail, doesn't he? And leaves that long then.
Yeah, I think the only problem with this is when you'll play the red to the top right corner with a bit of bottom left, but because the cloths are so new, it kind of slides the opposite way, so the side doesn't take. So I think you'll be a little bit worried about going towards the yellow.
Yeah, I wonder whether he actually now plays this with sort of almost a bit of top right to try and check it.
It's hard
past the yellow.
Hard to tell, but I know if he does that, it will throw.
Yeah. Thumbed it across and left distance.
Yeah, it's kind of come off the opposite way than it should.
Yeah.
You'd have thought it really popped it.
You tell me just before he takes it.
Yes, of course he is.
Of course he is. Never in doubt.
Never in doubt.
John McAllister opens up a 4-1 lead. Feel a bit for because he hasn't done a huge amount wrong. There's been a couple of. He missed that one plant, didn't he? It was a sort of fiddly shot.
I mean, 2 of the frames, he's had his back against the wall. He's not really had an outshot. We're praying for breaking layout here.
Yeah. Yeah, he kind of needs it. 4-1 is not fatal, but 5-1 start to really fear for the game.
Against one break like Don's, probably know he's going to get chance.
So John has, he's had one in off already, and a couple of others that could have been. And typically for Kean, he's knocked the 8-ball in straight away. So immediate re-rack. Our referee, Kevin Chalmers. Gives us a chance to have a chat about the rest of the tournament. Do you think Liam Dunster's going to win it? Wait.
I wouldn't bet against.
It would be hard to at the moment.
I just absolutely ridiculous. I think you'll be lucky to see him miss 2 balls a weekend.
So, after the previous. Yeah, could be a turning point there for Kean.
Apologies to everybody at home for any technical problems they might be having at the moment. Scotland doesn't usually have weather above 12 degrees. Burnt all the Wi-Fi tap.
I think it has, yeah.
But I can assure you, we will get there. So, Kean, chance to get 4-2.
It should make it 4-2 here, but got to be a bit careful with this little plant. We didn't have to play the plant, that's a result.
What plan? Yeah, Lee Shepherd on table 19 is not hanging about. 7-1 up.
That is, yeah, quick fun. Ben Davis next to him, table 18. Same scoreline.
Whether they're racing.
Maybe.
I think he took these really well considering.
Yeah, I mean, he's under a bit of pressure. The all one down. But I do sometimes feel like the pressure's off when your opponent makes a mistake that bad. You almost feel like you're bound to win the frame from there.
You know, that was one what he really shouldn't have made. He wasn't lucky. He kind of just judged the shot.
Yeah. or 3. So Keir Monaghan back in the game. Apologies for we've had some issues with the sound, basically. We weren't quite sure what was happening in the commentary box, but we think we've got it sorted now.
Just like Kian, we're back in the game.
We are back in the game.
Unfortunately, didn't see what happened then because we had to step out the commentary booth for a second.
But we'll assume it was a really good finish. World class there from Keir Monaghan. Anyway, I was saying earlier about Liam Dunster. Do you think he's going to win it? And the reason I say that is because he pointed out an incredible statistic to me at the end of the previous tour. He has taken part in the last 6 IPA finals. So if you include the doubles and the mixed doubles at the Worlds, he has been in every final as well so far this tour season. He won the first 2 events and he won one of the last 2 events, and with a loss in the final to Clint Ianson.
I mean, that's an outrageous statistic, isn't it?
It is outrageous, isn't it? I knew about the 4, but when he pointed out the Worlds as well.
I mean, you've got to realise as well how many top class players are in these events.
Yeah.
And they're not racers to 15s, you know, they are short as such.
Yeah.
So,
That is unrivaled consistency.
surely dinner's got to be on Dunster tonight, then, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. So no colour set chosen yet. Ian just choosing to turn the table over to John. But I don't think yellows are that bad, but he's got to take on a difficult pot first off if he's going to take them on.
I like the reds.
Fair enough. I just don't like this one red down here.
I'm not 100% sure. There might possibly be a gap through to the potting angle.
Maybe. It is tough to tell from here. I think that yellow's just too far in the way. I think if there was, he would have taken red.
Yeah,
so
I think so.
I think he's landed too straight on the middle of those 3 reds to be able to bump the... sorry, yellows. To bump the red out of the way. But the yellow underneath the balk line, underneath the 8 ball, that's not a problem because that'll go into the centre pocket off the red. Just choosing to shut up shop is John McAllister. The plant here probably does open everything up, doesn't it? You play it with pace. That red's going to track down towards the red and yellow that are stuck together.
Yeah, but he's got, like you say, he's got to play with pace, so he's risking missing the actual plant like that. When you play it with pace, it kind of kicks off a bit.
Yeah.
He left the angle for John to disturb his bad yellow here.
He has. I think the one thing that's gone in his favour, though, is that he's left him hampered playing that shot. He doesn't quite have the control he'd like over the cue ball. I don't... There's no guarantee this yellow comes out.
He'd love to hit the yellow and the red at the same time here. Perfect.
Cue ball is close, but it's going to slow up. That'll do.
So what's your order here then? Which order are you taking these yellows? Because there's a couple of different ways.
Yeah. I think I'd have taken that one second, but it doesn't really matter. But essentially the bottom 2 and then the top 2, isn't it?
Yeah, there's more room for error going this way. Obviously, you'll pot this, go up past the blue spot, pot the one over the top right corner, then pop the one to the middle bag.
Yeah.
Just got to do less with the cue ball going this way, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'd have been tempted to take the first 2 in the other order, but I mean, 6 of one, half dozen of the other, really, isn't it? It didn't really matter. Pace control on this shot's quite important, but this would be...
Nothing for short.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely perfect. Just off straight the wrong way as such. The right way.
Five three then, John McAllister. It looks like Lee Shepherd won the race, the 7-1s, because Ben Davies is still at the table. Eddie Roberts has got another frame back. But unless it was the quickest 7 frames in history, then Lee Shepherd did win his game. Table 10, an interesting game. Keith Robertson, IPA Amateur Series winner a couple of years back in his first season as a professional. He is 2-2 with Scott Gillespie, so an all-Scottish clash. I can tell you the winner of that will go on to play Dan Davyy on the TV table later on. Good opportunity this for John to open up a 6-3 lead, but it's not absolutely straightforward. Hasn't quite landed with the angle he wanted here. This cue ball's going to be drifting up towards the red next to the centre pocket, I think. Not out of the woods. He's going to screw on and off the side rail. That's nicely played.
And the way he's played that, I assume that the red will go to the left corner from the right-hand side of the table, so... Yeah, and it looks like he's landed absolutely perfect there.
So it's going to be 6-3. John McAllister takes a big leap towards victory in this match. You'd have to say it's a long way back for Cian now. He's got to win 5-1 from here.
Yeah, I think this goes without saying, this next frame is absolutely huge. The must-win frame for Kian.
Yeah, it's certainly getting down to the critical end of things now.
So Kian to break next. What he would do to make what he'd give to make a ball here, Dan?
Yes. Yeah, he'd sell his grand for a ball here, wouldn't he? Got one. Yes, he has. How's the layout? Oh, it's awkward.
I must admit, John has had the better layouts in this.
Yeah, the cut break hasn't been kind to Kian, really, has it? I don't know if he's quite generating the power that he needs to get a really good split every time. That's not good. That's not good at all.
I think he just tried to clip the red as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it could have been a very clever shot, but ultimately, now that that's come out that way, that yellow up the top is very isolated. That is a very difficult ball to move.
Yeah, especially with there being no other yellows in the top half of the table.
Yeah. And there's not really anywhere to hide on this table here either. There's not really any safe options for Kian. His back is firmly against the wall here. He's going to have to come up with something pretty special. That's a lovely little shot, I have to say. Not the most difficult escape for John. It is awkward.
I think he'll come off the right-hand cushion because if the cue ball slides, he's kind of got 3 balls to go out there.
Yeah, made contact. That'll do. Now, has he left Kian Monaghan an opportunity here? The left of the 4 yellows in the bottom half of the table. If he screws that in, he could get up into that area. There's no guarantee it comes out, but I sort of feel like it's worth a go.
Yeah, and with the yellow being over the right-hand corner, I feel like if the cue ball stays at that top left corner, it will be on that yellow to the right.
Well, try the safety. I mean, I don't think he's left much of a pot on, but I think John can probably just flick off this red on the right-hand side, can't he, and just promote that slightly. Oh, hello. What a shot that is.
Through the gapper with 2 flicks.
Yeah. That's a little touch of genius from John McAllister there. I think in or over was fine. I don't think he'd be unhappy that he hasn't potted it.
I mean, the red ball's landed that far into the pocket that the skill shot is on.
Yeah,
but I think Kian's just going to cover it. Bottom
you think? I think he might take it. Right? Well, that's not gone well at all.
Off of the cheeks tells you there that not how he played it.
Nope. skill shot's still an option for Cian, though, potentially, if he gets back to the table. So, although John is heavy favourite in this frame, he has got a guard against sort of complacency here. Frame isn't completely won just yet. Be tempted by the cocked hat here, you know. If it's on the awkward yellow.
Looking at the big bag here with the cock.
Yeah. Here we go. Oh no, that's slid well wide. I mean, at least all the yellows are, you know, roughly out in the open now. He's still got this bottom corner, of course, but the skill shot wouldn't be overly difficult for Cian, but it's hard to see him coming back to the table, isn't it, really?
I think he's got more of a chance of coming back now.
Wow, yeah. He certainly does. That red is very awkward now. To the point where John's just going to shut up shop, but I mean, this is a chance for Cian. It's a chance that he wouldn't have expected. It's a very difficult chance.
It's all a little bit awkward, isn't it? We're looking to try and get a snooker somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, that's good enough. But it does keep Cian in the frame still if he plays a good shot here, but that's
a good shot.
That is a very good shot. He put a lot of faith in the table there. No, to be fair, the table replated him. But John's just happy to keep knocking balls around here, but that's a dangerous tactic for me because this skill shot's on. So once I think Cian's going to take the yellow over the pocket and land on that. And if he lands sort of, you know, if he gets right behind it, I think Cian's a massive favourite now.
If he can land directly in a straight line behind it, he'll be over the moon. He's a bit short there, though.
Yeah, he's a bit short, but he's got another option. He could take the one to the left centre first. Possibly, if he drops that in, he might leave himself a nice angle. I think he's going to play this dead weight, is he? Or is he going to screw across? I think absolute dead weight here that gives you quite a nice angle to play that skilly.
See, I'm screwing across to leave an angle to play the skill shot, but go into the red as well. Rather than directly behind.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, but I think that the drop gives you the same, you know.
Yeah. I think he's actually landed two straight here.
I think it looks pretty good to me. He doesn't love it, but I think it's all right. It's just that the skill shot is difficult from this angle. But if he gets it... Oh, that's brutal. That is brutal. It's a great effort.
What do you play here? Do you get your red out and screw into the black as well? Just try and bring the black away from the cushion?
I mean, it's hard to see that going wrong, isn't it? Really? You know, you're bound to have a shot.
Yeah, if he just puts the cue ball to the right-hand side of the table as we look now, kind of play the double on the red.
Yeah.
Push the cue ball into the black.
Yeah, I agree with you. He doesn't. Which I don't entirely get. Is there a worry maybe that he drops the black in by accident? I don't.
No.
I mean, you'd have to. Yeah, He's got more aim for that, hadn't you?
Got more of a chance of dropping it, and if he screws into it.
Yes.
Because if he plays it this way, it's kind of topping right into the black.
Yeah. That will do. That will do nicely.
And if he was worried about being on the red to the top left,
Yeah. And this, finally, you suspect, is frame over. It's taken a long time for what looked like it was going to be a pretty straightforward frame.
yeah, I think John's patience has paid off though, because Cian eventually went for it, which John wanted him to do.
Yeah.
And it spun John the frame.
Yeah, it has. It was a bold call, though. Because it was it was only a half chance, but it was a half chance for Cian, who is a very good player. And when he got that half chance, I sort of expected him to get it, and it could have changed the whole complexion of the match if he had.
Yeah, it was just the yellow to the left middle. He's not popped it out far enough.
But it was patient from John, but it was brave as well to leave it.
I suppose Cian's probably 50-50. He'd probably get them 5 times out of 10. So John's just kind of playing the percentage game. He's 6 feet up. There's a lot more pressure on it, so that kind of probably makes it 4 out of 10 rather than 5 out of 10.
Yeah. (7-3) then to John McAllister, and the writing is not quite on the wall, but it's not far off.
Just been keeping an eye on table 20 there in the amateur. Scott McKenzie versus Dominic O'Donnell. I think Scott was 7-2 up in that match.
Ow. That would be some comeback, I have to say.
That's a stinger if he loses that one.
Yeah, plenty of matches going on in the Elite Ladies. I noticed Danielle Randall, Beck Sweeney. That's a big game. 4-3 to Danielle. Amy Beecham returning after missing the last event. She's like she's never been away. 5-0 up on Caitlin Kennedy. Table 22. Gillian Hayes against Rhiannon Graham. That's been at 6-all for a very long time. So I suspect that is a very tactical frame.
John's moved the cue ball over to the middle. All of his other breaks have been from the left side.
Odd, because he's broken pretty well. He's gone close to the in-off again.
This is done. Match over.
I agree. But pretty much every break he's been close to an in-off as John McAllister.
I might start trying to screen off the break.
Yeah, good idea.
Might be where we're going wrong, Dan.
If you ever play me, please do.
So I think if he plays this red on the top rail to the left corner, I don't really see an issue. He'll get out here and win the match.
There was a moment there, wasn't there, where he thought he was going to end up in behind that 8 ball with no shot.
Yeah, I also looked out the corner of my eye at you.
Yeah.
Nearly gave him the commentator's curse, but it's not exactly how he'd want to be, but I think he's okay. He'll take the red to the left middle now and kind of screw on and off the bottom cushion. Cue ball anywhere where the red that is taken. Perfect.
Yeah. Is it too thin to screw on and off? Has he got to come around 2 cushions maybe? Or even 3?
Possibly.
I think this is a bit thin for that. Yeah, 3 cushions, here we go. Has he found that gap? He has, that's beautiful.
Couldn't place it any better with your hand, could you there?
That is so good, isn't it?
I would have 1,000,000% be welded up behind that.
Yeah, me too.
Cian can find himself a bit unlucky with this match. He's not really done a great deal wrong as opposed to missing pots. A couple of positional errors and, back against the wall in a couple of frames where John's had him tied up.
I agree, and John is still struggling out there a little bit. But like you say, when John has struggled and when things haven't quite gone John's way, they also haven't gone Cian's way. Whereas when something's gone wrong for Kean, it's massively benefited John, I think. A little bit thin on this. Hold it on the yellow. Good recovery. But he's not out of the woods.
Got some travelling to do with this cue ball.
Can he cut this thin one to the top left and aim for the yellow as a blocker?
Honestly, Dan, I don't know.
I think that's what he's playing. I think he's playing this with the trace of the right-hand side and just aiming for that yellow below the red.
Oh,
So
that's
got around the back of it, even better. Didn't think he could manipulate the cue ball quite that much, but he is a magician with cue in hand. And he's going to run out an 8-3 winner.
little shake of the head back here and there.
Yep, unlucky to Kean Monaghan. Congratulations to John McAllister, who is safely through to the next round of the UK Professional Championships here. Wade, your thoughts on the match?
It wasn't as flowing as I thought it'd be. Both of them seemed to struggle a little bit. I don't know whether that was, it's the first round or whether they're just getting used to the table, getting rid of that monkey off your back with the nerves. But I'm pretty sure that John, the next round, he'll play a lot better than that, and he'll play his way into the competition. And as we said at the start, I'm pretty sure that John will run very deep in this competition.
Yep, couldn't agree more with that assessment, to be fair. I think it was a good performance from John, but not a great one. And Kean, like you said earlier, can consider himself perhaps a little unlucky not to have got better chances than he did.
Yeah, and Kean will bounce back. We've got the Open to play as well. I think congratulations to John, and I'm pretty sure we'll see him deep in the next couple of days.
Well, fingers crossed for John McAllister. Thank you to Wade Morley for joining me in the commentary box for this match. We will continue, of course, with our coverage here from the Normandy Hotel in Glasgow throughout the weekend. But for now, we will leave you very shortly, I'm sure, in the capable hands of Stevie Walker, who will any second now be in the studio with your winner of the previous match, John McAllister.
Firstly, I'll apologise for the technical difficulties we had at the start of that match, so thanks for staying with us. But I'm now here with the victor, John McAllister. Well played, mate.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you.
You looked as if you kind of found the pace of the table and the way it was moving. You seemed to control it quite well.
Yeah, I think I controlled it from the start, to be honest. I was really happy. Cuba was still a little bit all over the place, but not basically the pace, just the timing of the shots, really. But yeah, happy not to make many mistakes as well.
It's never easy being the opening match at any of these kind of events, but you just want to go off to a good start.
Yeah, that's it. Like I say, I had a decent start against Kean. He made a couple of mistakes, and then I just punished him at the end, really.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were going to be under a bit of pressure after your match last night at the pool party when you lost to the good lady.
Oh no, that was from.
Was that before? I only seen it last night.
So.
I only seen it last night. I'm saying he's under pressure tomorrow, but no, that's listen. You've got to get off to good starts if you want to win any of these and get through. So far this year, have you maybe felt like you've not kicked into first gear yet?
Yeah, I've not been at my best, but I've lost to top players at the same time. I've lost to Gaz twice, Marshy and Davyy, and they're probably top 5, top 10 players. So at least if I can keep the consistency going and get through a few rounds, then maybe I can defeat one of them as well and get a bit further.
Well, for the likes of yourself coming in, you're having to then play against the top seeds every single time, and especially in the first year, so it is difficult.
Yeah, of course. Like I say, it will go my way sometimes, but I've just got to try and get a few rounds under my belt and then see what happens.
Well, you've done that here, mate, so congratulations. John McAllister has won this one, and we are going to have Gio, Edgar and Jack Wheelen coming up soon, guys, so please just stay with us.
but I'm not the best cueist, but on the 7-foot table.
John McAllister, originally from Coventry but living in Stockton-on-Tees.
My name's Billy Snarden and I'm from Fishcross in Scotland.
Liam Power from Manchester.
Daniel Wiley and I'm from Dumfries in Bonnie, Scotland.
My name's Nick Powell and I live in Winsford, Cheshire.
I'm Ryan Hopkinson and I'm from Sheffield. Liam Irving and I'm from a little pit village in Southend.
Dave Sanderson from York.
Probably say my pattern play. Pattern play is probably my best area. Yeah.
I'd like to say mentality now. I think I've been working on that quite a lot. Yeah, I think that's a big part on what I've improved recently, and I think that's a massive part going forward. I've got to keep. So, yeah, I'd say that's right.
Strongest area, I'd probably say the break. To be fair, done a lot of work on that recently, and it is a big part of the game. Anyway,
I would say potting probably. Come from a snooker background, so potting should be easy.
When I was younger, I used to like Matt Williams and John Higgins, just because the way they played. Basically, John was so solid, and Matt just made it look so effortless as well, and being a left-hander helps as well.
Davyy Walker. Colin Montgomery. I used to love watching them playing golf. I've always supported them.
As a kid, Duncan Ferguson, because he was the one shining light in a very, very poor Everton team.
Ronnie O'Sullivan. So I think to be at that level for that long, battling them kind of demons is phenomenal.
People leaving their chalk on the table when I'm snooker as well and pool, it drives me crazy.
People leaving the chalk on the table. Dry breaks.
Slow play. Slow play, just abolish it, ban it, fire it. Mentality as well. Yeah, it's one of them. I think this is a big part of the game now, and I think going forward, you know, in the pro ranks, I've got to make sure that's again, it's a trait that I've got to maintain going forward, as well as obviously potting, good white ball, things like that. But I think if I keep my head, I've got good passion for the game. I want to win, so yeah, that's where I think I can do well.
Weakness. Sometimes I can lose my head a little bit, get a bit frustrated if I play a bad shot or two, so it's definitely something I've worked on, yeah.
I'm not the best cueist. Years and years ago as a kid I played snooker, so I had a good background, but I'm not the best cueist, but on the 7-foot table I can get by.
Potting balls.
Probably tactical. You know, if you come up against an average player, I can probably hold my own, but once you come up against the top players, they've probably got the upper hand on me when it comes to tactical.
Corey Rees, I'd say. He always comes up in shots to you, yeah, Corey Rees. Oh, there's quite a few, to be honest. Yeah, I'd say maybe Dan Davyy, Craig Marsh, people like that.
Me? I'd probably say Matt Boyle. You know, Mark always you know, spoke, acknowledged, but yeah, even when playing matches as well, you know, great guy.
Probably Mark Boyle. He does so much for everybody, and he's always, whether he wins or loses, he's always got a kind word to say, and he'll take time to talk to people. So yeah, I would go with Mr. Magic.
Gaz Hibbert is great value, has time for everyone, so I'd go with Gaz.
I think this one's easy. I say Mark Boyle. I really like Mark Boyle. I've had some good conversations with him when I was an amateur last year, and he had some good words for us, so it meant a lot to me, that, and obviously what he does with the Lola stuff as well. I just think he's just a credit to the tour, isn't he, and his personality is amazing, so yeah, someone I look up to a lot. I like Sheppy. I think Sheppy's good. Pretty stand-up guy, like. Yeah, he's been pretty good to me, so yeah, I'll go with Sheppy.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to what is the 12 ball challenge. 6 shots. Robert Stephen, he misplaced a small pool table, so we've misplaced his cue. He's going to try it with the palm of his hand. We're here in Coventry at the IPA. Robert Stephen, over to you.
Right, let's go. Many shots this guy too. Oh, get in.
Oh, that's not bad.
How good was that? Stevie had bought one of the wee mini pool tables we were going to do for the entertainment this weekend, and it was in my boot, but one of my kids actually took it in my house to play with it, and I didn't realise it wasn't in my boot, and I've arrived there without it, so that was my punishment. Is that a time?
This time. I don't know if he was cheating there, guys. How many shots is he wanting? It was a 6 shot challenge. He's just clearing the table now.
This is harder than it looks. Wait, I need to do. Oh, that's the one. Oh,
Oh, look at this. How many is it going to take him? Let's just go for a record, guys. Handball.
Wait, it stops.
Handball, Robert Stephen. He's having a nightmare.
Oh man. Oh wow.
The thing I've noticed, guys, is he's not chalked his palm once.
Yeah.
I know, once. Once.
That's just too hard.
Attempt 144.
Oh, this is terrible.
He's had a few 147s. He's getting close to that number here. Oh, look at this.
Oh, what a shot that was.
This is incredible stuff. The scenes here in Coventry as Robert Stephen makes.
The thing is, I actually think I'm weak leg.
He makes a little fool of himself.
Nah,
This time. Oh yes. Right.
Oh.
Right. Just about over. This is the one. This is the one. This is the one. This is the one.
Well,
Just this last ball. Just this last ball. Come on, Rob. Come on. One more ball. One more ball. One more ball. One more ball. That's it. Well done, Robert Stephen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am. Hope you can hear us. Jack Wheelen, Gio Edgar, going at it here. Early chance for Gio. Having a couple of sound problems, guys, so please bear with me. Frame number 1, Gio Edgar. I'm having some of the scores on our screens just now as Gio steps up to break in frame number 2. Gio is 1-0 to the good here. It's Jack the Wonder Wheelen. Opportunity to try and get himself 2 in front. Lovely little control plant. Gio has made light work of this so far. Nicely controlled. Not really had anything that he can do. Chance to go 2-0 in front. Dan Fairway sits down to join me. For a while anyway.
For a little while, yep. Till my food arrives.
Yeah, exactly. Some things are just more important.
Yes. Burgers are among things.
Looks like Gio's backing up there. Back down. Wonder if he can just run into the red. I don't mind that. Taking his medicine.
Yeah, just guaranteed himself a shot. Has Jack had a chance yet, or is... No.
He's basically just sat in his seat. His young Gio mops them up. 2 frames to 0. Gio Edgar hasn't put a foot wrong. Jack Wheelen yet to make an impact.
Notice there's a few youngsters in the crowd here for the Glasgow Youth Invitational.
Yeah.
Nice to see them sitting and admiring the top pros.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. And I think if you're not going to learn watching some of the very best players, then where are you going to learn?
Yep, and I'm sure that some of those lads, will grace this stage in the future.
Some of them are absolutely top drawer, and actually a few of them entered the main amateur event as well. So
good,
and they've done okay. They've had some big results. Some of them, I think one of them lost narrowly 8-7 to Scott Higgins, and Scott was at the top end of the rankings last year and probably should have been in the pro ranks.
Yeah.
And he's won 8-7 in a decider against one of the youngsters. So there is some talent there.
It's the Jack Wheelen break.
Not a ball.
Ugh.
Yeah, they could have been better.
It's one of those tables, isn't it? You sort of look at it. Yeah, well, the reds aren't too bad apart from that one. But that one is so bad that kind of have to go yellows.
Yeah, I mean, most of the reds are at the top end, so you've not really got a connector. But can he go straight into them off this yellow?
Oh, that seems to be the idea.
How does it look? Yeah, that could have been better.
I mean, it's okay. It could be a lot worse, to be fair.
Yeah, but that bad red is out. There is still some awkwardness to these yellows. You're at the table.
Yep.
Dan, that's where you want to be.
Can't avoid that yellow here. Needs a nice kiss. What can he take on now? Can he see the one to the left centre, or is he going to have to take this one up the rail to the top right?
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble here, I think. Could play the exhibition shot and screw off the one in the cushion and try and pop the ball in the bottom right, but he's not going to play that. Struggling to see anything really straightforward here.
Well, that was a difficult shot. It hasn't come out. So Gio Edgar with the chance to go 3-0 up now.
Yeah, what an opportunity this is. Really gather ahead of steam here. Getting his extension. Showing a bit of maturity there. Many a times in the past, some of the young pros try and throw their arm at something when they hear those beeps.
Gio's one of those players that's got sort of age and maturity beyond his years. Though, isn't he?
It's frightening. You sometimes forget how young he is. Just feels like he's been about forever. And I suppose in some senses he has, but at the top end of the game, someone so young definitely has that deep ingrained maturity. Been playing some of the best players for a long time. What it does for you. Jack, to be fair, he's only really been presented with one really difficult chance, so not a whole lot he could have done so far.
Yeah, I will say he was a bit unlucky. You know, he took on the right shot with that first shot of this frame. You know, tried to open everything up, and it could have landed so much nicer for him.
Nice angle now. Be a little bit straighter than he would have liked, but he can just pop this in and then take the red and the 8 ball to the bottom left. If he's straight, he can just push through it. I think he's got a tiny little bit. Yeah, flawless pull so far for Gio Edgar as he races into a 3-0 lead. And the tide needs to turn soon. Now this one could get away from Jack Wheelen. Some of the scores right now. Big results. Paul Hartnett's 7-3 in front against Nick Powell, Dan. And Paul's one of the players throughout the years he's been on the pro ranks. He's had some unbelievable runs, but over the last while, he's felt himself dip, and he was actually tempted to step away. But he's had some big results lately.
Yeah, I remember years ago, he'd run it. I think the Irish Open when we went to Belfast. A very, very good run there. And he's the sort of player that pops up with the odd one every now and then. You know, you don't hear about him for a while, and then all of a sudden he runs to a semi or something, and you go, oh, Paul Hartnett's back.
So true.
I will say, though, that Paul was 7-1 up in that. So Nick is on the comeback trail.
Yeah, some other matches just getting started as well in the pro ranks. But Jonathan Price 5-4 in front against Luke Sanchez. And if Renzi was here, he would say Sanchez, Luke Sanchez. Kept saying,
I've always called him Sanchez. But
yeah, exactly. And I'm thinking,
and I've heard
he's
other
not
people
Mexican.
call him.
Going
to rock up in a sombrero.
Back to the match in question. Gio Edgar to break. Needs a good one. Put the foot down. Well, you have the advantage. It's going to be dry.
Well, we said Jack Wheelen needs an opportunity. I mean, they don't get that much better than this. I would say that the 2 yellows on the left-hand side may be a little bit awkward. The reds, sorry.
Yeah, I wonder if that red goes to the left middle. Looks like it might be stuck to the yellows, but
yeah, you might just about be able to squeeze it in off the jaw. An interesting one, this, isn't it? Because we can't. This camera angle doesn't tell us the full story.
yeah. I think I noticed the overhead not so long ago there. Feeling the aircon might be having its way with it.
Yes, I spotted that.
That's a good first shot. First awkward ball.
I think that red goes.
Yeah, looks like it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just a red to the 8 ball now. Stands out as slightly awkward for me. But it looks like it does pass to the bottom right. I wonder if he can get through the gap. Maybe drop on it just now.
Yeah, that's a good out.
Oh. Good timing there.
Jinx. Expected though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I wonder if he was going to play the red off the 8 ball. Nudge the black out the way. Maybe open the pocket up for the red, but I'm not going to find out now as Gio's back to the table. That is absolutely fantastic.
That is a terrific shot.
Yeah, tapping the table from Jack, showing his appreciation because that was a touch of class.
He has left him a shot though, I think. Do you think this red will go to the bottom right?
Yeah, I think it does, but
Bit unlucky to leave that on.
superb. Absolutely superb.
Shake of the head from Gio there. Thinks he's played a great shot and then... Also, the red in the middle of the table has got more awkward.
Yeah. So I think the shot that I mentioned, this off the black, needs to be thin. Oh, is he still on that? I think he
Good
might
question.
be.
I think he is.
Yeah, I think he might just be.
And obviously he's opened up the...
Yeah, his big issue is the red that he's closest to is going to be last.
Yeah, the right centre pocket. At least it's got a pocket now. It didn't previous that shot.
Well, wait a minute. So maybe he can't get on the one to the right middle. Well, bag weight. And is he on the one to the bottom corner?
I don't think so. But it is tough to tell from here. But I don't think he can see enough of that.
Yeah, I think that's what he's tried. He's tried to hold, take the one to the bottom right. So now he's got a bit of work to do with the cue ball.
Yeah, I think he can take this on and off the bottom rail.
Go side cushion, nice and thin.
Yeah, that's the one. This needs to slow up, though. Well, that's about as bad as it could be, isn't it? But he's got a choice of two pockets, really. It's just thin and awkward into either one.
Can he play the double bottom cushion and off the yellow? Does he just cut this into either pocket? It's thin either way, so he's going to go middle. Cue ball's doing a bit of travelling here, and it needs to. He's going to try and screw off the bottom.
That is a terrific shot.
Absolutely fantastic.
I don't think this is a full pocket.
No, it's not a full back. Now, Gio, rightly so, can shake his head because he's left very, very slim opportunity. But that is an absolute masterclass in just potting the balls.
Yep, that is
From
class.
anywhere on the table. That is absolutely superb. Jack Wheelen gets one on the board. It was never straightforward, but what a finish in the end. 3-1. Gio probably thinking he was going 4-0 there.
Yeah, probably did. When he played that safety, he probably walked away from the table thinking, yeah, I'm in control here. He left him just a sliver of a shot. Yeah, close games out there. Brian Cumming, Dean Shields is the one that's catching my eye. 6-all in a race to 8.
One thing I've noticed is where a lot of the guys are, they're all looking slim. I'm not saying they were all big guys because I've blown up and down myself, but Jack's looking fantastic. Young Brian Cumming walked by me. Either they've all got some kind of crazy gym membership or there's a diet I need to know about.
There's someone on the tour on commission for the for the jabs.
No,
Is that what it is?
Now that sounds probably more probable.
Because if there is and someone wants to get hold of me about that, I'd be interested.
Another dry break.
Yeah, it's another good chance as well.
Yeah, I think it has to be yellows. And it's just Gio's very, very brave at the way he plays the game. I wouldn't be surprised if he popped one of these in the bottom corner first. He's looking up the table, which is probably the right idea. Oh, he's going to go reds. Every yellow to me has a pocket.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Maybe that red goes through the gap. It does. So it must. One of the first things that he looked at, I thought he was looking at the yellows, but
Couple of delicate shots coming up here. This next one is particularly, I think, unless has he got the gap to the bottom right? No. So this shot's a bit of pace control. Oh, he's missed it.
And he's actually missed it on the side that I didn't think it would have went, and I thought he had to play it in off the bottom jaw.
Yeah.
And you know, I think that's one of these shots. Gio's saying, just missed the yellow, and this goes in. And he has just missed the yellow, but it's not actually been enough. So, an opportunity for Jack that he was not expecting. Those shots, that one that Gio's just played, they are such a difficult thing to judge at times, because you do convince yourself that it's so tight that as long as you just miss the ball in front of it, that you're going to pot it and not look like you could have played it to that side of the pocket. But it just goes to show how deceiving the angles can be when you're looking on the camera, and even for Gio, because he's been convinced of the exact same thing. So opportunity for Jack to get back within one, and I fancied these yellows from the start, and I do fancy them a bit more now.
Yeah, I agree. I was surprised at reds being the colour set chosen by Gio.
Might just push through here for the one into the left middle. Might go bottom first now.
Take your pick.
Yeah.
You know.
I just wonder. I always felt the one at the bottom was going to be his last ball. He's came just a tiny bit short up. I think he's okay. I think he can just bring the cue ball to a stop. Well, that's going to have to nudge into this red now, unless he screws on and off the bottom cushion, which comes with its own risks, because we know how reactive these tables in the cloth is, Dan. So
yeah, you just got to be careful not to slide off the red here, up too far down the table.
He'll take it.
He will. He didn't want to be hampered though, and he is running away from the 8 ball here. It's how delicate can he play this? Is the question.
Yeah, into the top side of the pocket. It's in slow bag weight. Top side of the pocket.
Too much.
He's missed it. And that's one of them. Again, do you take your medicine and just put it in the heart and run up towards the line?
Yeah.
That's one of the...
But the other factor there as well is because it's so hard to play a soft shot when you're bridging like that.
Yeah, exactly.
So if he had taken that the heart of the pocket, he would have ended up somewhere above the balk line probably.
Yeah, with the pace it was on it, that's right.
This Gio actually got on red. He was taking a good look at it, but it looks like he's okay. This will be a hammer blow for Jack, though. You know, it absolutely should be 3-2.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And that was the reason in the first place that he wanted to be a tiny bit further, so he had the yellow to the middle first. And then he's off angle on the one to the bottom. And it's why I said he can maybe just pull it back a touch. But he's ended up screwing off the cushion, landing on the wrong angle. And but the table is and does always play very, very reactive, and it caught Jack out there. But it does that to more than you could imagine. Jonathan Price, 7-4 up now on Luke Sanji's. Just caught my eye there. Battle of the Welshmen.
Nicely stroked home That 8 ball by Gio Edgar, and he leads Jack Wheelen by 4 frames to 1. Jack doesn't look entirely happy in that seat, you have to say.
Yeah, he'll be kicking himself because the minute he's broke dry, he's thinking the frame's gone, and he's been given a bit of a lifeline. And I wonder, listen, we know that Jack doesn't play hours and hours and hours of our small ball game anymore. I hate when people call it small ball. It's just a game of pool, but
I get it.
Yeah, it's like I've never heard anyone calling some of the other games the big ball game. You know what I mean? It's like I've never understood it. But Jack, he's not putting in the hours. He's a fantastic cueist, and we expect that he can beat anybody on his day. But it's those little shots, I think, that end up catching you out when you're not playing as much as some of the other guys, and that's it showed there.
100%. It's literally an inch or two of pace sometimes. It's the difference between winning and losing.
Gio's going to be dry. Well, the one saving grace is the 8 ball. I mean, the reds aren't bad.
It's got to go red. Got to.
I mean, looking at the top end of the table as well, reds are probably the balls anyway, but a little bit of work to be done on both regardless. But with the black in the position that it's in, it's always going to be reds. Pop this in, nudge the yellow would be the perfect start. He tried to.
Yeah. He looks dumbfounded by the throw he got there. He wasn't expecting that kind of throw at all.
And I think the pace was everything there. That cue ball should have really just nudged the yellow and nothing more.
Yeah.
Just a little float in, so
he's ended up, on the bottom rail. One thing he doesn't want to do is have to take this red next to the 8 ball before his work's done. Because that's his insurance policy at the moment.
So he was trying that there. He did line that up, but I think the shot. I mean, he's landed okay here. This isn't the worst.
No. He looks dead straight on this one to the bottom left. Can he get through to this?
Surely not.
Locked aside, try and throw it.
Yeah, had to force it a little bit.
But he does have control over 2 important pockets, Gio, now. So Gio, although he can be aggressive here and go for them, there's a couple of good shots to be played first. His plan here is going to play this yellow off the red to open up this bottom left corner pocket for himself. He is going to have a nice opportunity to attack the 8 ball as well. 2 yellows down the bottom end of the table.
That's okay. I don't know if the plan was to get that yellow all the way down, but you're just making sure you get the red out the way.
Yeah.
And get the yellow into play, and he's done that. And it's a little bit closer to the black, so that makes a difference as well.
We've got to play this plant now, though. Because I feel like the cue ball's going towards the left, so he's going to have to play it with pace if he does.
Oh,
it's straight enough. I didn't think it was quite that straight.
It looked to me like the cue ball was going left and the first yellow was going right.
Yeah. Yeah, it was straighter than it looked.
Yeah.
I think he pinched the pocket a bit as well. It was a very good shot, that.
I have to give him his props there because he absolutely hammered that in.
Yeah. Is he trying to move the 8 ball now as well?
This is a shot. Nice and easy. Lovely.
Is it? Is it? Or is he in
just
behind
okay.
it?
Just okay.
I don't know.
The worst case, he's got the yellow to the top, but I think just about okay. He's unlucky if he's not, but I think it's...
was.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. It's another frame, though, that Jack has been at the table.
Yeah, I mean, it was a decent chance, really. It wasn't, they weren't gimmies. But from the off in this frame, Jack was ahead. And Gio's taken out a very nice, very attacking finish here. Proper sort of hallmark of blackball rules, this finish.
And that's the thing. There's a million people, especially up here in Scotland. Scotland's known as probably the fudging capital of the world. And it's less to do with not wanting to attack and more to do with wanting to win. When it comes to Cuesports and going to international events and whatever it is, it's the old kind of, when you go and play for your team and things like that in the single frames, Dan, there's a lot of people shouting at the screen there, telling Gio to hang that pocket. Take that top left corner, get control, and then try and get a better chance to go for the black. But there's never going to be another opportunity. And that's the difference with these guys. When you sit in this chair or you're in here playing against them and you get to see it so often, it's not even as if there's a method in the madness. It's they know the quality of opponent that they're playing against.
Yeah.
Sometimes playing what seems the right shot to millions of people that's watching. Obviously, there's not millions watching, but you get the point.
No, I get it.
It might seem like the right shot, but in real terms, it never really is, because the guy you're playing, he's as clever as you're ever going to be.
Yeah. You quite often hear people say things like, I think the most famous example is probably people who say, play the table, not the man.
Yeah.
I disagree with that, to be honest. I think sometimes you got to play the man. I think sometimes you got to play the big shot, because, there's no point in fudging a great player with a one cushion escape, for example. There's no point playing percentage pool against some of these players. You've got to go.
There's a few of the guys who I know are very intelligent players, very, very. I mean, like Gareth Hibbett, who is one of the most attacking guys in the circuit and probably ever will be, but he knows the game inside out. He can play every shot that you can imagine. And I think I said to him, might have even been the last event or the one before when he was playing Liam, and I said there was maybe a couple of frames there where we were thinking you were going to play a kind of safety, and he said, listen, maybe in some other matches I would have, but there's no point in getting into that kind of match with Liam because he can play it as well. So it just becomes a bit of a no contest, if you want. So it does dictate the shot you play, the player you're playing against, and probably a large percentage of the time you're going to play the table. Of course you are, but there's certain times against certain players you're going to change your shot based on that person.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think he's a lovely little angle here to screw back between those yellows, even if he flicks the one closest to the pocket. Just below the cue ball right now. Oh, he's looking like he can just drift through, but...
I'm with you. I think you screw back. I'd actually use the...
Yeah.
Screw back into the yellow and try and land straight on the red to the centre.
So he's pushing through beside off two cushions.
That's a beautiful...
Lovely. And again, though, it probably confirms the angle that he had was so wide because he hit about 7-8 inches along the bottom cushion, so he was never going to get to that yellow. Can be deceiving at times, but that is a fantastic shot from Gio, really controlled. Five frames to one, looking like 6. And that's exactly the place to be. You want to be on the side cushion here. You want to be playing the plant towards the pocket, but the cue ball to the left, because the first ball he's going to hit here, going to go slightly left, might even hit the top cushion. And he'll drop it in nice and soft. You need to make sure the cue ball was going left.
Ooh.
Yeah, he knows he got that wrong, but he'll take it. Little shake of the head there.
Yeah, he took a chance there. I think there was a hand up as well to Jack, because that could have gone horribly, horribly wrong. As it turns out, couldn't be better. This is a lovely angle.
Yeah, and that again, that's the reason why you want to be as far right as you can hope for there, so that you can play that shot and get yourself to the left. But it almost went wrong.
6-1 though it's looking bleak for Jack Wheelen. And Gio, to be fair, hasn't really put a foot wrong all game. It's not like Jack's played badly, but Gio has just been excellent so far.
That is the order of the day. Dan Davyy, Scott Gillespie coming up after this one. Another phenomenal match to bring you. And then the winners of the other matches. So Gio potentially could be back on here at 7 o'clock against either Clint or Billy Snadden. But Jack Wheelen's not out of it yet.
Right, Stevie, I'm going to take my leave. It's 5 o'clock, so it's lunchtime.
Yeah, that's... Well, it has been a pleasure to this point. As Dan nips out, Gio will step in for the break and chance go one away from victory here. Far better connection, and what a chance it is to go 7-1 up. Look at these balls. Reds and yellows look absolutely sublime. What an opportunity this is. The red balls are definitely the better set here, and he's got a great chance popping this one in the side. Yeah, so an awkward red, and I think goes to the middle right, and he can maybe drop on it right away here. He can maybe come behind it. I've passed it nice and thin. Oh, I think it goes to the middle left now. I see what Gio's doing. Yeah, so he's looking through that gap. The 8 ball now for me. Wonder if he can play it in such a way he can come on and off the cushion, get himself through the gap. Back on the same line that the red is on. Yeah, he's just came high. Massive black ball here for Gio Edgar. He just doesn't miss those. Jack Wheelen 1, Gio Edgar 7. 1 frame from victory. A look to the outside tables. Well, we do have the Youth Glasgow Invitational. Some of talented youngsters from all over Scotland. Granted, the majority are from closer to the Central Belt because it is not so far away from where we are. A little man here showing a pre-shot routine and stroking home the 8 ball. Absolutely brilliant to see them on the stage. Getting to play here in the same arena, right next to some of the top guys. And another dry break. So Jack's break has not been great. Gio's has been temperamental to say the least. It's been good. It's been a little bit iffy. He's had a couple of dry ones where it's landed slightly awkward and Jack's tried to force it, but Jack's made so many mistakes and Gio's been so clinical. The scoreline is not a surprise. The yellow at the top left, the only real obstacle, but it goes to the top right. You can just drop on it, it'll go a couple of pockets. If he can maybe nudge the red out the way that's up there, it would go to the middle and stuff like that. So he's got options here. A wee opportunity for Gio Edgar. Lewis McCool, Johnny McDermott 3-0. David Compton. A man I've had the pleasure of playing a few times. Brilliant player, brilliant guy. He's 7-3 in front against Matty Rowland. Curtis Lee and Nathan Davies. 2-1 to Curtis in that one. We'll try and keep you updated as they come in. Ronan McCarthy and Jamie Fay just getting started. Ronan McCarthy, yeah. What a wido. What a wido, guys. Big shot. Oh, that was brave. That was super brave. And that was the ball I mentioned, guys. It was always awkward. It was never going to be straightforward. Oh, he's got the pocket. Two options for Jack. Clear the pocket or nudge this red out. He's went for option B or 2. I mean, I've said 2 options, then said B. Sounds a bit like guys, just had a wind blowing there, but no, it sounds like one of the remember Buzz, Home Alone, A, 2 and D. Don't know what I'm talking about. Go back and watch it. Jack Wheelen trying to stay alive in this match. Red at the bottom. Awkward. He's dealt with one. Up at the top left. Now get the one at the bottom right to deal with. The issue is the one just above the pocket. Didn't want to believe in that there. Didn't believe in it there. But if he can land okay on something here, just like that, he's still got work to do. Still got to get high. Then he has to get low again, so. Oh my word. Even if he tried, how has he got that much action on the cue ball? How has he found the pocket? That is absolutely insane. Jack Wheelen, he's not, nothing's really gone for him, to be fair, in the sense of, I don't think he plays enough to get that feel of the table. And Gio's just far too good. And when Jack's had to play a shot and he's had to force the issue, he has been caught out a bit with the table. And Gio, for me, one of the best in the business right now, getting better and better all the time. And I was going to say, he doesn't make any mistakes. He's just made a slight one there, so the cue ball's going to be travelling. But he'd be unlucky not to be on the one to the top left here. Controlled it, fantastic. It's a little ghosted shot in. We'll drop and a drop. Gio Edgar will be safely through. And Jack Wheelen, well, sometimes we have those games, and that was just one of them. Commiserations, Jack. Congratulations, Gio. We'll be back in a few moments, guys, with a few words from our very own Gio Edgar. Now, joined by the victor, Gio Edgar. Gio, well done, son.
Thanks, mate. Thought I played alright. I just stuck a new tip on about 20 minutes before the game, so it's like...
well, you usually do it every week, but 20 minutes before's new.
So I was just like, I like a new tip, so I'm like, I'll stick one on. It felt really nice, and I felt like I was hitting the ball well. Jack, obviously, he wasn't great, to be quite honest. He wasn't his usual self, but you've got to take them when you get them, haven't you?
Well, I've mentioned in there, Jack's had a couple of opportunities, when he's not took them, you were just clinical. Your break was a wee bit temperamental at times, but then you've got a couple of creamers in there as well, so that's sometimes it goes for you.
My first two side breaks, felt like I hit them really hard, but then nothing moved. I felt like, oh my god, it looks like I rolled onto them, kind of thing. Then I went down the middle, and it was actually alright down the middle. First one maybe not so much, but then I hit the last two pretty good.
The last two were very good.
I hit the last two pretty good.
As it was, I think the first one you did down the middle went a wee bit messy. I don't know if it was dry, wasn't it? And Jack's did it.
It was dry, it was.
But I mean, he's had a couple of opportunities. You go away. I know he doesn't play a lot on this, and I don't know how the table's playing right now, but you could see the reactions on certain shots. And the one he's went off at the end, I didn't think he could get anywhere near there.
He was getting into the weight too much a couple of times. But like I said, he doesn't play much, so he's going to struggle with that. Especially when the tables are so slick like that as well. For me, it's so fast. It's trying to control it, especially when you're not used to hitting the small white anymore as much as he used to. That's tough. That is really tough.
Well, that stood out to me that a few of the shots you played in particular, you're kind of just ghosting them in, little bounce off maybe a couple of cushions. You looked like you had the feel of it really early.
That was just a tip, I think. That just felt that nice. It felt really, really soft, and it was just felt really nice, just floating through the white. A couple of wee drag shots, wee stop shots I played felt lovely, to be honest. So it was pretty much down to that, really.
Well, good, mate. Long may it continue.
Hopefully. See how it goes, mate. See how it goes, aye.
Well, Andy Betts is going to join me again. Guys, Gio Edgar, 8-1 victor, absolutely flying. Andy, Jack did have a couple of chances, but Gio, just his total clinical self, he's getting better and better all the time. He's up there with the top boys on merit. It's not going to be long before he's blitzing some of these tournaments.
Yeah, sorry, I've just lost my train of thought. Do you know what? He's probably in the same boat as John McAllister a little bit, in that people probably expected him to do a little bit more so far this season. However, I looked at his draws early before this game. Obviously, this game stood out straight away when the draw come out. He's had some horrible draws early on in these professional events. He's played Corey Reese. He's played John McAllister. So sometimes you sort of need one of them to just fall in your lap, sort of thing, and get one off your back, and then go from there. And that really could be the one that sparks him into life, maybe.
No, I agree. I mean, Jack, there's a few moments there where I thought, right, this is it, Jack's going to spark into life here, but just that lack of playing. And I mentioned in the comms that the small ball game, as some people call it, Renzi refers to it as a small ball game, but it is different. It's different cloths, different balls, all these kind of things. But Jack is so good. He's one of the best to ever hold a cue. And no matter what, I still expect him to go and get some of these chances. And I mean, I would expect him to take them probably 99 out of 100. But today, every mistake he made was just punished. But that's how good Gio is.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you come into these professional events. That a lot of the time, it is one mistake pool, and you're losing the frame. So unfortunately for Jack, it's just not his day today. But Gio will be happy to get that game out of the way quite quickly and look forward.
Yeah, so Gio can look forward. But next up for us here, Dan Davyy and Scott Gillespie. What a match that's going to be.
We've been throwing some light crackers early on. You got Dan, who's consistently getting deep into these tournaments now, and Scott Gillespie, everyone knows what he can do as well. Up in Scotland, he'll be looking to try and take down the event in his country. Another close one to call.
Yeah, I know Scott so well, and I've said to him a few times, even in interviews, so when you came back here to the IPA, Scott, and you're hoping to just let's start chipping away at the rankings, and then he went, oh Stevie, I'm here to win every event. I don't come to pool. If that's the case, I'd be as well staying at home. So that's just his mentality, and as you say, the consistency of Dan over the last few years. John McAllister actually referred to him as a top 5 player. He went, I think that now these kind of guys that he's ran into in the early rounds, and he put Dan in that bracket, it promises to be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, no, I'm going to call another decider here, but I'm not deciding which way.
Yeah, well, Scott Gillespie and Dan Davyy is our next match, guys. It's not far away, it's only a few moments, so please stay with us.
Now I'm just going to do what obviously you teach people to do really, which is step into the shot, trust yourself. No, I don't know where the white is. Well, so that's the first shot. Well, contact is a good start. That's in. That's in. Oh. I'm better off just hammering this. Bad, isn't it? But your blindfold down. Alright, mum. Oh my god, this is bad, isn't it? This is in. Can't miss that. There it is. Well done, the way all along, isn't it? Don't tell anyone else that, because that's the way. Liam Power, this is the blindfold challenge. Let's see what you're made of. Okay, that's one.
That's not too bad.
It's going one-handed.
Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, at least I've hit it.
Come on, Liam. That is the first good contact you've made.
Oh yeah, I'll take it.
Now, I don't know why I'm getting out of his eye line, he can't see. Hey, well done, Liam Power.
Finally.
Kean promised he would do this first try. Oh!
Was it close?
It was quite close, yeah. Wow.
It's easy, isn't it? It's quite difficult.
Easy game, this, isn't it? Oh, he's setting himself up.
Stop. Yes.
So the rules are, if the cue ball goes back on, it's got to go back on the brown spot.
Is that the rule?
Wow. I'm actually surprised at how difficult this is.
That is easy.
Sorry, do you want to just... How easy is that again? Oh my god!
Yes.
You have set yourself up now nicely. There it is! Well done, Kean.
Thank you.
That was a number of shots.
Wow.
For table 16 then please, semi-final of the under-18 Invitational, Lucas Brighton and Lucas Scott. Lucas Brighton and Lucas Scott, table 16 please. In the ladies event, please, ladies event, quarter-final match table 4, Tilly Edwards, Emma Cunningham. Tilly Edwards, Emma Cunningham, table 4.
Sorry guys, I have now made the dash back to the commentary box for Dan Davyy and Scott Gillespie. What a match this promises to be. Two absolute titans in the game. Dan, phenomenal few years. Scott Gillespie, I mean, just a serial winner. The greatest competitors I've ever seen in the game. Now looking forward to this one. This should be an absolute epic. Well, it looks like chance number 1 is fallen to Dan Davyy. Love is 6-2 in front against Liam Irvin. Trying to catch some of the scores. Vicky Lewis 6-4 in front against Lindsay Scully. That one's going. Well, that's a race to 7, so I was going to say that one's going to go one away, but it's a race to 7 there, so 6-4 in that one. I'll try and catch as much as I can whilst watching this. Dan, he's got a tiny little angle here that he can at least give himself his hand on the table. Could power stun out. In fact, he didn't have to put much power in it. It's a nice controlled shot. Just decide best ball to take here. That's nice. That'll do. It's one cushion now. He could opt to go towards the side, but that's why he's shaking. He's kind of having a little hum in the haw. I don't know if you say that all over the country, but in Scotland we say humming and hawing when you're a little bit of indecision. So he opting to come straight down. I think that's the right decision, and it's turned out to be. Dan Davyy heading for a 1-0 lead here. It goes to go off the left-hand cushion. Dyson with an off. Well, Dan Davyy 1, Scott Gillespie 0. And there are some of the scores, guys. Morgan McInnes goes 1-0 down against Anthony Mona. Tyler Hutchison, Shane Scott. Race to 5, the youngsters. 2 frames all. Tilly Edwards, Emma Cunningham. What a match that's going to be. That's just getting started. Robert Stevens 6-2 in front against Gerard Boyle. Clint Jansen 6. Billy Snadden 2. Liam Farrell 3. Gav Robinson 5. Rachel Sherritt 1. Gemma Clyde 6. Lewis McHale's gone 5-3 in front against Johnny McDermott, and Curtis Lee 5-2 down against Nathan Davies. So let's all go. Craig McCree 2, Davy Forrest 1 in the amateur. Daniel Brook, Preston McInnes just started 1-0 Preston McInnes. Dan Davyy to break. And he sneaks the ball in the middle. Drift off the red on the way up, knocking the yellow in. Have a look here. Yeah, looks a positive opportunity here. Definitely yellow balls are standing out to me. Reds aren't horrendous, guys at this calibre, but yellow balls in play. A little opportunity here for Dan Double D. So little trace aside, doesn't want to land behind that yellow. I think he stopped just in time. I think that's a fantastically controlled shot. That's nicely done. So just drop this one in the middle now. He can just come straight down. Looks like he's having to bring the cue ball back a bit here. Oh, just a little drag. Is it enough? It must be. I actually think anywhere does here. He goes one way. He comes down the right-hand side of the table as we view it. He can just bring the cue ball past the 2 reds towards the right-hand cushion. If he lands straight, he can push through. If he lands slightly to the right, he can push towards the left. I think everywhere is good here, to be honest. And the only issue is going to be whether he went too far one way or another. So, looks pretty good to me.
Waiting for Emma Cunningham and Tilly Edwards on table 4, please.
It's like that towards the right-hand cushion. Dan Davyy into a race into a 2-0 lead here. Two opportunities, 2 frames. Dan Davyy, 2 to the good. Couple of youngsters, Mark Taylor and Sean Murray. 2 brilliant young kids as well. That's 2 all in their race to 5. Vicky Lewis and Lindsay Scully still sitting finely poised there. 6-4 it's been for quite a while, so you can see them actually through on table 19. Ronan McCarthy 4, Jamie Fay 0. And Danielle Randall and Amy Beauchamp. Beecham, I've been told. I mean, don't tell me that name doesn't look French. Beauchamp. Amy Beauchamp. I don't know if I sounded French there or just mad, but just Amy Beecham. Whatever. Gibbsy breaks. Catches these a lot better. Cue ball though. Cue ball could have been better. Yellow balls look fantastic. The two reds below the 8 ball, not looking great. This is awkward. There is the hero shot, the yellow in the centre of the table. I think it goes in the bottom right. Gonna find out. Scott Gillespie. This is big. Oh, he could cut that yellow in the middle. Fantastic. Didn't think he could get past the red. Enough to play that. But that has come out absolutely phenomenal. Nicely controlled. And I think both yellows. Well, the top one of the two. I think it goes to the top left, so I don't think Scott's got any major worries here. I think he can just drop this in, give himself the right angle. You see from the overhead, it definitely goes. So, pop this in, on and off the cushion. Just the right angle would be good here. So one cushion and straight down, 8 ball to the bottom left. Oh, it's actually better than that. He can just screw off the cushion. Oh, even better. Get himself nice and close. And Davyy 2, Scott Gillespie 1. Danielle Randall has gone 1 up on Amy Beecham. Anthony Grimley Atkinson and Corey Williams 1-0 to Grimley in that one. Young Jamie McPherson 4-3 up on young Tom Seaton. That one is doing a fantastic job. Some of the scores on your TV screen right now is all go here. Ronan McCarthy 5-0 in front now against Jamie Fay. Lewis McHugh 6-3 on Johnny McDermott. Keep your eyes on Lewis, guys. He is a dark horse. That is absolutely insane. Cue ball. Oh, I mean, it looked in. Then all of a sudden, the ball kicked in as well at the same time. Seen the little wry smirk on Scott's face there. Would love More straightforward shot to get started. And I say that, he's obviously got the yellow to the right middle, but that would have been ideal for trying to flick the yellow. Oh, he could get it. Nah, it was a bit. So that was a shot. I'm thinking if he's a better angle there and they can power into that and open that yellow up. Tried to do it anyway from the position he was in, and he wasn't far away. Yellow on the top cushion isn't ideal. Definite work to be done. Nothing really straightforward here. Yellow over the middle pocket. I'm not sure he can put that now. Yeah, the look in his face. It's kind of telling me the same story. And the one in the top left corner, he could screw down and open it up now. But I think he would have loved to play this and get on the one to the top. He might still do that. Yeah, just like that. Unfortunately, didn't get it right. Just chasing things a little bit here. Something like that, little bit of movement, guys, from the air conditioning unit. That's something we're going to have a little look at. Don't want anyone getting a little bit seasick there. We'll get a glance at that. First chance we get, we'll get something that maybe covers the air conditioning unit. Send it in a different direction. If he can just about get through. I don't think it's hard to see when it's behind the cushion. Oh, wow. I'm thinking there, if you miss the red, at least get some kind of chance, but just went down, screamed it in. Double kiss. Oh, that did almost drop. What huge advantage, Scott Gillespie. The guys having a little chuckle to themselves there. I think if that yellow went in and the other one ended up in the open, with a simple 8 ball, there wouldn't be much hilarity in the arena. However, has turned out to be the yellow didn't go in, the other yellow isn't potable, and the black is stone dead. Well, there we have it. Pop this in the top, play a really tasty snooker. It's going to be tough though. Cushion first. That's not bad. That is not bad. One of these shots I'm in off. Well, nicely controlled. So 2 cushions. Back across. Needs to check. Not gonna. Far too slidey. A brand new cloth. Scott making sure that he doesn't get that other yellow out. Yeah, I quite like playing the one next to the black here, getting the... There's no way that yellow's potable from anywhere. The one next to the black, and then the ball on the left-hand cushion would have been my shot. Leaving that red there, but maybe... I don't know, maybe Scott's feeling that if he plays it, the red's going to go cushion and then behind the black. I don't know, but slightly surprised at that. Lovely touch. Just the same shot. The red, maybe just about covering the angle. Goes simply straight across. Worst effort in the world, but it wasn't easy. Staying patient, Scott. Why not? He's got such a huge advantage in this frame. Do you feel that yellow doubles? But even if it did, some kind of crazy kick and flick, just don't feel. I don't think that's a snooker. The balls are going to be travelling here. But it's so thin, I just can't imagine that the yellow can go anywhere. Side of where it is. All it's going to do is open things up. I think for Scott Gillespie here. And that's why Dan was opting to come across. I think this is the moment now for Scott. I think it's time to go. There is no time like the present. And the thing is, I actually believe he would probably be warned if he didn't, because someone has to advance the frame. And Scott, in that position, had huge advantage, and it was the right time. Should now be relatively straightforward. Someone of Scott Gillespie's calibre to get back all square in this match. Same pocket here. One to the middle would be my choice. Both reds go to the top right corner at the same time, so just opens a few doors. Just drop this in. Won't need the cue ball travelling. And that's just about perfect. So screw back, a couple of inches. This match will be all square. Scott Gillespie playing very good frame, keeping it very simple, keeping it very tight, and it is 2 frames apiece. Paul Hartness won. John McAllister nil. That one's not long started. I had to take a second look there because John's not long finished, but yeah, it's just constantly roll on, roll off. So Lewis McHugh 7-3 up on Johnny McDermott. He is one to watch. You get Lewis in the mood, he can go all the way against anyone. So keep an eye on Louis. Jake Delanulov on the hill, 7-4 in front against Liam Irving. Preston McInnes one up on Daniel Brook. Anthony Grimley-Atkinson goes 2-1 in front against Corey Williams. Amy Beecham 1, Daniel Randall 2. Danielle. Sounds like I said Daniel there. Quick Scottish talk. Aramith Pro Cup ball, Strachan 861 Supreme Pool, EBS Smart Rack, I-Beam Halo, all from the team at 8 Ball Direct and on board Sportswear. What a team. The best team, the very best that we could ask for here at the IPA. And our thanks go out to each and every one of them for their support. We still have a couple to go. We are heading back. The International Open in Coventry. 19th to the 21st of September. And then we will end the year 12th to the 16th of November in the wonderful Comus Hotel in the Isle of Man. Absolutely stunning. What a place. A wonderful golf course, but it's not really the weather for it. But yeah, guys, fancy coming and watching at any of those venues, please come across. You can watch, you can meet the players, you can, I mean, it's all free. You don't have to buy anything, pay for anything. Just come and enjoy some good pool. Watch some good pros, meet some other players, and so that goes for any of the venues, no matter where we are. It is free to come and watch. It would be fantastic to see some people popping their heads in. Yeah, and they got my invitation whilst watching one day. So, anytime, guys, we are available for anyone. And in Glasgow this weekend, anyone, my local buddies in the area, fancy popping along, do not hesitate. Big shot. Nicely controlled. What it's going to need. That Scott Gillespie all over the back. Still work to do. Could have been doing with that coming a little bit further. Yeah, wanted a full kick on that red. So decision time for Scott. Drag this this yellow, just missed the red. Or play the one to the bottom left. And it's a one to the bottom left. That is absolutely first class. Cued like a dream. Little drag shot, full into the table. As a shot you can only play, I feel, on this kind of cloth. Full into the table, little drag and just holding it with a little tiny screw. Oh, there's a lot of amazing cloths on the market. But that is such a fantastic shot if you can get to play it. And I think you can play it best on this wonderful Strachan 861. And Scott Gillespie was the perfect advert there. What a finish. Dan Davyy 2, Scott Gillespie 3. The match is turned on its head. Joe Herring. Guys from the Ayrshire coast in Scotland. He's 4-0 behind against Cole Boothroyd. I'm hoping Joe does well. Joe's had so many things going on in life. Such an amazing guy. He's not had the chance to play as much pool as he would have liked. Cracking player. And he's trying to get a little bit of time in here and there. Looking after his wonderful daughters. And he is 4-0 down right now, but just seeing Joe here, seeing him playing a little bit of pool and trying to get a bit of time in. Very, very happy to see that. So long may that continue. Dan Davyy to break. Needs to catch them. Those same two balls towards that left middle. Last ball moving at real pace, goes in the right middle. There's a chance. But it's not an easy chance. But he's at the table, that's the key. Would love a yellow, I feel. Only yellow that looks potable. The one to the bottom left. Not easy. The likelihood is it'll be reds. Doesn't want the reds because there's serious work to be done. Tried to get that red down to some kind of position, and I think he's got it into a position where he can maybe pop it in off the yellow. The yellow is quite a bit across. A 3/4 ball, as long as it doesn't double kiss. Might be a little chance. A couple of moments ago didn't look possible. Steeper and Shields. Phillips, Dan Wiley, all to their tables. A couple of cracking ties. And we will have the defending champion stepping out of the shadows soon as well, Liam Dunster. Can he keep his unbelievable run? Winning tournaments in 26. But going. Oh, Dan. So he was going to play that kick shot last. Try and clear the pocket and land on the red. Really don't think it was as straightforward as that, but I'm not going to argue with one of the most consistent players on circuit right now over the last couple of years, but I think it would have been difficult. But he did have to go for it. preference was always yellows that he couldn't get. So I don't think that's the worst. But Dan's basically going to have something pretty similar to what he did before. So now, throw the cue ball down the left-hand side. Then he's got to pop it in off the yellow and get on the red. I don't think he can from there. Yeah, I do not. I don't know. The angle can be deceiving, but how is he getting across in between the black and the red and play it in off the yellow? Does it go clean? Is there some other shot here? Let's find out. Right, okay, so he was never going to be playing it in off the yellow. It was always going to be to pop that in and then play a double the full length. This is close. Oh, it's in. And does the black go? I think it does, you know. Only question is, the shot Dan played before into that pocket, nice and soft, and it hung on the... pace, momentum, gravity, call it whatever you want. But that is some double, and Dan squares the match. Next up, Hunter Janssen, Gio Edgar. Both of these guys will go toe-to-toe in our last match of the evening. Lewis McCool 7-5 now. Johnny McDermott got a couple back. Morgan McInnes 1, Anthony Monarch 4. Tilly Edwards is 3-1 down against Emma Cunningham. Rona McCarthy 6-2 now. Danny Turner 3, Mark Henry 2. Danny from Edinburgh. Mark, he lives about 5 minutes from here. Chance for Scott. Just plays a little safety. 3 frames apiece. A man you spent a lot of time in here with. Dan Fairways joined me once again. And he's watching his old comms buddy, Dan Davyy, now.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Just about evening now, I'd say.
Yeah, it's in that ballpark, isn't it? Yeah, it's actually been a decent game. There's not been millions of mistakes. It's just been the breaks, been a bit iffy, and then maybe like in the last frame, Dan having to go for a set of balls that he would have preferred not to be going for, and it's kind of cost him. And Scott's pulled off a couple of unbelievable finishes. So 3-3 is probably about a fair result right now.
Looks like this frame might be similar to that.
Yep. Yeah, it's strange. I mean, a couple of the frames, the balls have been quite open, but there's just been something covering one, or maybe a ball on the cushion where there's an opposite colour either side of it, and just always been a little bit of work. It's a bit untidy, and it started off, I think Dan had 2 dishes in a row, a reverse dish and then a breaking dish. Got an opportunity now. Wondered if he could have got a little bit further out there, but I think they kind of dig down and a little bit of side on the cue ball, a little swerve. So, at the bottom left, and Dan, I think it was maybe 2 frames ago, he's played one like this, and he's absolutely nailed it, controlled it fantastic. Can he do it again? There's your answer.
You bet he can.
Absolutely first class. And I know it's a shot he's comfortable with, but doesn't make them any easier.
One of these players that's scary when he gets going. If you can sort of frustrate Scott and keep him away from the table, then you've got a good chance, I think. But I think if you don't get that opportunity and Scott gets going, then it is a real struggle to stop him.
Yeah, he's one of these. I always say he's one of the greatest competitors I've ever seen in the game. The way he scratches and claws and he doesn't go away. He's just, whether it be one frame team pool or whether it's himself in tournaments, he's obviously won some of the biggest things in the game. But to have that drive to come back, and I know, listen, everybody will say, I don't put any time in that, but I know Scott personally, I know how hard he works away from the table, I know the kind of life he's got. I actually think it's scary to think if Scott maybe worked or had a pool club or had access to just play pool most days, it's a scary thought to how good he would be.
Yeah.
Goes in front once again. 4-3 Scott Gillespie. Where's McCool, who was 7-3 in front against Johnny McDermott? 7-6 now. Johnny not going away. Ronan McCarthy, he always kind of gets a few raised eyebrows when he storms into the amateur. 7-2 now against Jamie Fate. Morgan McInnes has got one back. He was 4-1 down. It is 4-2 now. Young Anthony Monarch. Absolutely flying. Very special talent. And could do with a big one here. And it's probably the best break he's had. He's broken the balls okay. A couple of balls have tried pockets. Last ball moving's kind of dropped in, but they've been kind of awkward. But it's easily the best connection he's had in this match as of yet.
Still kind of awkward though. All the yellows have got a pocket, but that 8-ball is difficult to get onto. With the red, got the red closest to the bottom right corner. Which, if it goes bottom left, it's not too bad. And then you've got the one over the other side of the table as well, and it goes in the left centre, but again, you've got to get nicely on it. It's not an easy finish, but it is a finish.
Yeah, I think they wanted the bottom left will go in the bottom right and the middle right at the same time, so he could drop in there, but as you say, it's okay if you've got an automatic connector down there, but most of his work is at the top and at the right hand side, so it is awkward. You could play the one to the top left and try and drift in there just now, but it doesn't take away a couple of the issues that he's got, so this is awkward.
Oh, he was digging down at that for position. He's taking his eye off the pot. And this is another great chance for Scott, but that 8-ball is... That is pretty horrible, actually.
Yeah.
That's... I'd say he's got the one ball he could use to move it. The yellow basically on the blue spot. That's in quite a nice position. You know, if you could maybe in a couple of shots' time pot that into the right centre and send the cue ball up towards the 8-ball.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's the beauty of that. Being in the centre of the table means you could manipulate it from either side. I know the red is just above it, but for instance, if he was off the cushion a little bit just now, he would have probably gone for it straight away, but...
Still possibly could, but equally, if he's on the yellow that's next to the red now, I thought he might take that on. Is he looking at that shot now? Because that was always an option.
I'm wondering now, Dan, if the yellow just next to the red, he's just came round and looked at it, I was wondering if it went in the bottom left. I think that confirms it.
He wants to hit this 8-ball on the left-hand side, really, so that the 8-ball pushes over to the right. Is he going up? He's trying to play this up to the top. He wanted to play it off the red, I think. I think he was going cushion first into the red to open up the pocket.
Yeah, this got a little bit more difficult now.
Struggle.
But you were right, you seen that quick there when he started to dig down and jack up. And it wasn't easy, even if he just clipped the red, it might have made things a bit better, but just went in clean. Well, he's opened things up better down here.
Flirting with the shot clock there, so okay, he's going to play this yellow off the red again. Going to try and move it that way.
Yeah, he would love to clip the right hand cushion first here.
Yeah. Probably trying to hold the cue ball on the red to the left of yellow he's playing.
Just didn't get himself. He needed to be probably another inch down the cushion there.
It was too clean. Even though he caught the red, it was still too clean.
So all of a sudden, he can give himself a look at the double.
Yep. I don't think he's... I think he could try and screw into it here, but it doesn't look like what he's doing.
Oh, he is.
Good effort. But what now? Surely that's not a skill shot. Can't.
Yeah, it's just a little touch too low on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Tiny bit higher and he would have had a chance.
2 cushions right centre, I think is the option.
Yeah, just a little bit too slidey, the cloth. That had to be played with a bit more pace. And then when you do play it with pace, it checks up slightly, so it wasn't easy.
So tough to judge that. Big chance this for Dan, though, and one that it's important that he takes, you feel?
Yeah, most definitely. I think the bonus for him here is the red to the left middle. Well, I was thinking he would leave a little gap, a little kind of angle, and then...
I thought he'd screw that back or stun it to leave an angle to just nudge the one up the rail.
Yeah, just
you don't
because,
need to, but...
No, because he's the red to the bottom right, the red at the top left. I just thought, well, I mean, at this level, I don't expect him to miss this anyway, but I just thought it was one of the kind of gift horse in the mouth moments, so you might as well just take it.
Yeah, that shot would have made the finish much easier. And he was right behind the one down the rail, so it's not like, didn't think he missed that either.
Yeah, I don't imagine he'll make hard work of this, but never done until it is. Just like that. Yeah, just like that.
I'm amazed at the way he's played that. And now he's got a bit of a choice to make. You can... Well, he's got to cut this red back, hasn't he? But do you play it in such a way that you might pop the other one as well, or...
It looks like he's digging down. I think he'll just about miss the red. Plays it at the right pace. Yeah, just like that. It's a fantastic recovery.
It is, but he shouldn't have had to play it.
Yeah.
No, that was real sort of surprising stuff. And so is this. Where's he going to end up? Is he going to be okay? Well, he's lucky there.
Yeah, he's tried to come down the inside of it and take the black to the left middle.
But he's lucky to be as straight on this as he is, because another inch or two on that cue ball, or less.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but he gets over the line, and that is the main thing.
Scott in the corner of my eye, chuntering away to himself about that finish. Those sort of nerve.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. But he did get over the line. A couple of bad positional shots. And again, sometimes it's when they're as easy as that, you end up, I'm not even saying overthinking it, maybe just take your foot off the pedal a wee bit and just throw in a little lazy shot, and all of a sudden he had work to do.
I mean, we're talking about one of the most informed players on the tour in Dan Davyy, really. Over the last couple of seasons, it's really pushed on. But that was the first time I've seen him play in a long time where I thought, doesn't fully look confident here.
The thing for me, I actually think that finish is massive, because Neil Scott might have kicked on from there.
Yeah. Good break. How's your luck?
Scott's had a couple like that. He's got them nice. Balls have went in.
Nowhere.
And landed slightly awkward, and it's happened again.
He's kind of got to avoid leaving Dan anything here, because neither colour set is bad. Not like there's any real sort of difficult options on the table. It's all pretty comfortable if you get in. Well, this is aggressive.
Tried to just drift in behind the reds and get the yellow into play, but advantage Dan Davyy. That's what I mean. That finish in the last, that is a head wrecker. When it was so straightforward, Scott would have given Dan the frame because it was that easy. But then for a moment, he gets that little bit of hope, and it's been taken away. And then good break, balls don't land. Frustration creeps in.
What's worse for Scott is he's left down on a yellow here, and actually he's made those reds in baulk really awkward as well. You need to move them now if he does get to the table. That's nicely played, because Dan had to be careful there not to push that red into a position where it would make things awkward for him. That yellow on the left-hand side doesn't link up nicely with anything. He could take it now, and then the last three link together well, but it's a more difficult shot.
Yeah, I think it's a shot for that reason. Leaving it to last is obviously an option, but getting on it.
This is what I mean. I don't like it. I don't like... Because he's got to play now from the yellow closest to the bottom right across to that, what will be his last yellow, and it's just not a nice shot to get out from there.
If he could nudge the red out the way and leave the cue ball exactly there, he could try and screw through the gap. Well, that's what he's going to... Can he get through the gap?
Looks really straight, this. Might just be able to do what you suggested.
It's looking to me as if he's going to pop off the cushion. Can he screw through the gap? Can he? Well, he has tried to go through.
He's just got a shot, but again, I didn't see the value in leaving this one.
Yeah, I fully agree. It's always going to be awkward to get back on it. And the thing is, a little look at the reds. He missed it. Yeah, it wouldn't have been great because Scott's absolutely different class and can put you in trouble, but there would have still been pool to play. I don't think Scott would have been coming to the table and taking a finish. He's overcut that.
He's overcut it and he's fluked it.
And I think he's left the pocket. I think there's a gap here. Look at Dan's face. Oh.
He's going to
squeeze this in.
Absolutely outrageous fluke from Dan Davyy. Oh. I'm surprised Scott's actually kept his cool there, because I'm not sure I would have done. What a moment in the match that is.
Young Declan screen on your table right now. On the table right now. This young man can tell you is a quality footballer as well. He actually plays in my team.
Okay. Which team is that?
Yeah, East End United. He signed for us in the East End of Glasgow not so long ago. Such an intelligent young footballer. And the world is his oyster right now. He's handy with a cue in his hand, and he's very good with a pair of boots on his feet. So, good to see him playing in this event. And he does play in all the big Scottish ones and stuff like that, but he is a cracking young footballer at the same time.
Now, here's the luckiest man in the building at the moment.
Absolutely incredible how that kind of momentum, as I say, honestly, I'm looking at Dan in that previous frame when he landed awkward, and I thought, Scott's going to run away with this now.
I mean, Dan will know that he took the wrong option there. Like, he must do.
I think he knew, but something stopped him from playing it because he looked at it, and then he decided that he would play a harder shot at the end to then get back on it. So he definitely knew, and I think he'd have probably been saying to himself, I knew that was going to happen, but this is the game of pool. This is why we love it. Just throw in some mad stuff here and there.
Like I said, though, it's just and again, it goes back to what I said about a slight lack of confidence maybe on Dan's part.
Yeah.
Under normal circumstances, I just don't see him turning down that shot. What's he got here? The yellow on the baulk line, does that pass to the top left? Because if it does, he's got to go yellow, surely. If it doesn't, then it's quite a nasty table, actually, because the yellow and an 8 ball.
Now this suggests that it does.
It did.
Good. Nice and clean. Coming down for the one at the bottom left, and he's on it.
Just going to have a look, I think, to see if he can... Because he could drop this in and then play the yellow off on the rail, off the red into the centre pocket. for me, that's the way to do it if you can.
Yeah, that looks on. Trying to move it. They're even spinning behind it, but
is the red maybe a bit further down table than we think? Because I don't see the logic. He must see that shot.
Yeah, it might possibly be just a touch lower than he would like. But it does looks a gimme to me.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's now chasing it a bit.
Cue ball just isn't what you expect from Dan.
Played that well. I'm probably fortunate to actually have that shot. He could have been stuck to that and just seems to be getting these tiny little... I don't even... It's not a rub, it's just... He's just landing...
Oh, it was the last frame.
yeah. He just seems to be landing not what he wants, but having another shot.
But then, having said that, when I first came into the commentary box for this one, Scott played a similar shot where he was a little bit close to one and, you know, ended up landing on it still. But Dan definitely has had the run so far since I've walked in here.
Yeah, last 3 frames, most definitely. But listen, that's the ebbs and flow that we get in the world of pool. Oh, Dan. Is that the commentator's curse? Or maybe he's just thrown one back. But that, you know, whether you've had a tiny rub, whether you've played some big shots, bad shots, whatever it is, he's found himself perfect there. Absolutely perfect. He had a couple of bad positional shots, a couple of times it ran a wee bit further than he would have liked. I am very, very surprised there that Dan didn't wipe the floor with that.
It just doesn't look himself to me.
I wonder, and I'm thinking here now, maybe he felt he was going in off. He nearly did go in off, but if that's the case, not just run off the cushion then and give yourself a slightly tougher black, cut along the cushion. I don't know.
I think that was the sort of pros and cons he was weighing up. He ended up on a sort of in between the two angle, one of those sort of semi-stun shots you have to play, and that's why he's missed it ultimately.
Yeah,
but
100%.
Still a bad shot.
Scott's trying to nudge the red a little bit further along. I think he thought he was hitting the inside of it and then maybe bringing it out on the way back. But either one of these reds is going to be running away from the cushion, so he's going to have to play it with running side, try and widen the angle. But again, good opt to go back up. That's not something he's going to want to do, I think.
I think he's straight enough on this one.
Yeah, that's fine. I think the fact that was closer to the pocket meant he could play it a little bit softer. Morgan McInnes is back to 4-all. Against Anthony Monarch. I can match Liam Dunster for the defending champion. 0
of every tournament ever.
Yeah, 4-0 Liam Dunster. Battle of the Liams, young Liam Power, new to the pro ranks.
Did Dunster give you his stat at the end of the last tournament that he gave me, or?
I'm not 100% sure.
So he made the point to me that because he's obviously made 2 finals in both events and was also in the doubles and mixed doubles finals, that he has been in the last 6 IPA finals.
Wow.
Talk of the devil, Liam Dunster 5-0 up now. Flying along against Liam Power. Anthony Monarch's an interesting one, Stevie, because we sort of... Obviously, he had that incredible tournament where he did the amateur and open double. But since then, I have to say, I'd like to have seen more of him in the latter stages. It's obviously a tough school and a tough field to get through, but I sort of wanted to see him a bit more at this point.
Yeah, I think one of the things that John McAllister said to me when I interviewed him after his match was that although he's not had the runs he would have liked since coming into the IPA again, he has ran into Dan Davyy, Gareth Hibbett, so on and so on, because obviously not being seeded, that's the... And then when you think of young Anthony coming from the amateurs, not being in that, and he's obviously having to go through the same kind of idea. So, but I agree with yourself. I think he's one of the kids that doesn't really matter who he plays. He's more than capable of doing some damage, but yeah, that is a tough skill.
I would say the same for Morgan, actually, his opponent as well. I would say both of those two I sort of expected to see in perhaps slightly further on than they are. And maybe I'm just being harsh, but you know, I want to see those players come through. I want to see different names in finals and in semi-finals.
Yeah.
You know, you want that competitive edge to shine through from these players. This is an absolute gift for Dan Davyy. Regardless of whether he's feeling it or not, he should never, ever not be getting these. These are so comfortable.
Yeah, at most levels in the game, you expect your opponent or any player to go and take these out. Yeah, it's big pressure, big table, all that kind of stuff that goes with it, but someone of Dan's quality, the titles that he's won and the consistency that you've mentioned, I've mentioned it myself over the last while, yeah.
Oh, there's a few players in the dog and duck that would take these out.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
We've got one of them in Scotland, but it's called the Dug and Duck.
I was going to say other fictional pubs are available. I don't think I've ever been to a pub called the Dog and Duck.
Yeah, there's one, but it is called the Dug.
The Dug and Duck.
I think, yeah, because most people in Scotland, especially Glasgow, say they call a dog a dug.
Yeah.
So I thought to myself, that's good of the...
I know you've got your own weird language up here, it's fine. We sort of vaguely understand you.
Yeah, the hardest part is actually putting spaces between the words when you're talking, because generally a conversation up here is just loads of words connected to each other, but we can understand it.
Yes, you can. Yes.
Well done, Dan Davyy. There was never any doubt, but it is 6 frames to 5.
No, I did rather set him up for a fall there,
Yeah.
didn't I? But he didn't take the bait. Dan Davyy 6-5 ahead. Scott Gillespie clawed his way back, but nothing you can do when you break like that and the cue ball goes in.
Mallister goes 4-2 in front. Paul Hartness. It's their 6-0. Yvonne Ewan and Gillian Hayes, a battle of the Scottish ladies, 2-1 to Yvonne. Assuming that the Tully Edwards Emma Cunningham game's well and truly over. Emma was cruising in it, to be fair, but I just noticed on the scoreboard there that it wasn't. Also updated with the scores, guys.
Sweet connection there from Dan Davyy. That was the result. That's pretty sweet as well, you have to say.
Yeah, the yellow balls. The reds, if that yellow wasn't there, are pretty good. So, advantage, most definitely with Dan here.
Got a decision to make here, because my initial thought was take the yellow over the pocket first, get your colour set. You can maybe screw into the 8 ball, but and promote it. But if you do that, actually, you're not going to leave a yellow on. So if you do take that first, then you've got to get the cue ball back out. And it's not totally straightforward. I'd be tempted to take the yellow on the blue spot up to the top left.
Oh, here we go. It is the one to the bottom left.
He got the cue ball out nicely. Now he's in prime position.
I like that. He's on the one to the middle straight away. Just work his way through these now. I think he can go side cushion through the gap between the yellow and red, get to the top. Can come one cushion and then go between everything as well. He's got that option. That'll trace aside. Check it back. That'll do it. Do lovely. Giving himself a great chance here.
Yeah, yes. Just the one thing you would possibly say is that it's not that there's no obvious ball to land nicely on the 8. Probably the one up to the top left would be a nice last yellow. But there's just a little bit of work to do here with the cue ball. I'm surprised he's taking this one now, because for me that's your last ball.
I wonder if the yellow, the highest of the two middle ones, goes to the right middle. I think if it does,
maybe.
Saying that, he's in a good position here to pop it in the bottom and then leave the one to the top right to last. He's got a few options here, but
you just don't want to leave distance on that 8 ball. That's it. He's sort of taking away the yellows that were closest to it. This isn't great for me. He's between the two here. Whichever one of these yellows he takes, he's sort of running away from the angle he wants on the other one.
He's got a tiny little angle. He can play both of them in the same pocket.
I think he might have too much for that.
Running through.
Yeah, running through for the next yellow to left centre. Played it well.
Has done indeed.
Any more angle at all and that shot wasn't on.
Yeah. Position A1. This to get on the hill. No mistake, pull. And Davyy, one away. Strange match at times, but it's had its quality. There was some in that frame. Davyy 7-5 in front. Scott Gillespie might be scratching his head at some of it, but that's at this level.
I have to say, if Dan comes through this, sort of back him to have a deep run, because if you can win a game like this against a player like Scott when you're not at your best, it's like when say Arsenal or Man United scrape through a third round in the FA Cup, you kind of think, oh, name's on the title.
Young Declan at the table. He's playing against one of his stablemates. I just noticed there, Jamie McPherson Jr. Young Jamie's a 2-time Scottish champion. Under 15s. He won his first one.
Oh,
wow.
That is filth.
Oh, my word. And although he's kicked in off, it's that same corner pocket. Exact same.
That's just dirty. There's no need for that. You got to feel for Scott here, because he got himself right back in the match, and against the, not against the run of play, but against the rub of the green, I suppose.
Yeah.
Scott has fought his way back into this match, despite Dan having most of the running of the game. And now it looks like it's going to be dish to finish. And again, not without an element of fortune.
can be a cruel game at times. Can also give you some gifts here and there. So, taken me a long time, and I probably still don't believe it wholeheartedly, but when people say it swings and roundabouts, some you get for you, some go against you. I'm still in the deep percentage of going against me, but one day that might even itself up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Pretty sure I'm the unluckiest player that's ever played the game, to be honest. Never had a bit of run in my life.
I don't even know what it means.
No, absolutely. I like that opening shot from Dan. Because that table did look a bit awkward, to be fair, and now all of a sudden it looks like curtains for Gillespie.
Really should be. It's one of them, you don't get perfect, great opportunities all the time, and he's obviously had a shot to play there. It was messy. Now got them into goal position. But has to be no mistake pull now for Dan.
You overrun that a little bit? Not 100% sure which red he was playing on there.
Take the one over the pocket, I think.
Got to be a bit careful here because I don't see how he can avoid the yellow. So is he screwing back off it? Or he could just about avoid it.
Well, still not ideal.
Because this is bridging.
Yeah, this is awkward.
It's harder than the one he turned down earlier that we talked quite a lot about. And this time, actually, I'm not sure he needs to. I'd be tempted to take the one near the black spot and sort of screw across, but have another look at it. Tough shot, this.
This is absolutely massive. Cued it like a dream.
He's an inch short of pace.
I think he maybe run on and off the cushion.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. He might be able to dig into this enough to hold it, but I think on and off the cushion is the safer bet. Now he's back.
Yeah, that should be that. No doubt Scott Gillespie will be slightly frustrated, but kicked in off in that one, straight in off the one. Oh my God, he's missed it. Do you know what? Where the cue ball is, for me, is although he would still go down and roll that in, I'm not sure if I've missed that completely, but I think that might have rolled the pocket.
Well, I'm amazed. I think the man standing at the table is amazed as well, although his face isn't showing it, but what a potential change this would be if Scott Gillespie can take these out. 7-6, it's a whole different ball game.
Talking about roundabouts.
Yeah.
Incredible.
We've confirmed it. Dan Davyy with a bounce out. Gillespie with a slightly under-hit shot there.
Yeah, the one bonus here is if he drops this in, he'll be closer to the 8 ball.
Doesn't want to get too close. And actually, I mean, I think he was worried about getting too close to it. Well, Dan Davyy has had some run in this game, but was all taken away from him.
Yeah.
With that bounce out. Can he hold his nerve here? Terrific shot. Needs another.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. Tap on the leg from Scott. Scott knows you can't miss them and expect to get any joy, but what a pot from Dan. Pressure.
Same
what
pocket.
pressure.
Same pocket.
Oh, it's wiped its feet, but it's in.
It is. So this 8 ball for the match. And it's there. Dan Davyy runs out an 8-5 winner over Scott Gillespie. Scott the Scot will not be able to keep his hopes of winning this event in Scotland alive. But Dan Davyy marches through to the next round. Terrific performance from him. Had the rub of the green for large swathes of that match, but ultimately he runs out a deserving winner in the end. Scott Gillespie had a chance to get back into it, but it didn't quite come off for the Scotsman. There is the story of the day today. John McAllister and Cian Monaghan played out an entertaining match. First up, Gio Edgar followed that with a stunning performance against Jack Wheelen. And then Dan Davyy, we've just seen run out an 8-5 winner over Scott Gillespie. So coming up next is Clint Hansen and Gio Edgar. But before that, we will hand over to Stevie Walker, who's run across to the studio. He will be there interviewing Dan Davyy.
Come back, guys. I am now delighted to be joined by the one and only Dan Davyy. Dan, that match had a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it did, yeah. Yeah, it had a fluke, it had a in and out, it had some good stuff, it had a couple of bad bits. Yeah, it had everything, yeah.
It really did, from the start. Two, you couldn't, I mean, you're struggling to get away from each other. There was some dry breaks, there was obviously some chances kind of given back and forth, some messy breaks as well, but it was actually a joy to watch, but it must have been about a nightmare to play in.
So I used to it by now, but yeah, it was a little bit like that actually. At the start, both of us were kind of chasing difficult clearances and not an obvious safety where you cover a pocket and it goes tactical, and neither of us like to do it anyway, but yeah, chasing tricky clearances, and then towards the end, to be fair, I did have a couple of easier clearances, which is handy.
There was one finish in particular when you actually nailed a shot a moment ago where you were bridging over it down the left-hand cushion, and you had this probably the same shot, I think it was a frame before, and you ended up deciding to leave it to last, and then you landed quite awkward. Was there a reason for that? Because we were talking about it in the comms and we were thinking, if we get that out of the way, then those other three kind of...
Do you know what? It's a little bit of, because I don't practice on these cloths, the shot that caught me out was obviously getting on to it last ball. Yeah. And I left the white exactly where I wanted to. I thought I had loads of room. I know obviously the ball arcs differently to, you know, but I still thought I felt like I could play the shot. I played it exactly as I wanted to. I just got it wrong. I just didn't understand how the ball was going to, I literally played it as I wanted, but it arcs too much. I thought I had a good enough pace for it not to arc too much and flick the ball, but it did. So, but I don't play on these clubs. My local club's got the nowhere near as nice as these tables, but it's cloth. It's not this 861. So I always feel like the odd shot can catch me out, but Yeah, it's what it is, isn't it?
No, that's it. And then at the end there, when it looks like for all purposes you're about to kind of get the match over and done with, and then it was actually, we actually had to look back at it a couple of times. It's in all the way, and then your reaction told a story.
It happens on every table, doesn't it? But I hadn't had one of them for years, but it happened to happen there. I suppose afterwards I was then actually thinking to myself, you shouldn't have to, but I was kind of thinking to myself, why don't I just soft stun it, or why don't I just roll it and drag it, you know, because I could have just left the bracket a little bit of distance, but if I play it as I want, I can play the last ball and get right next to the bracket. You shouldn't be thinking about that.
You should be able to play
every pool player thinks about it, but it is what it is, and it happens. It happens. One in God knows how many thousand. If you hit it at a certain pace, just Well, thankfully he missed after. So,
and it's actually the finish you've ended up having to take. The first pot, obviously, you're delighted to get back to the table. There'll be some people thinking, there's great pressure on that because Scott might win the frame if you don't get them. But you're already thinking the frame's gone, so you're just getting back out your seat. I would imagine buzzing just to get back to the table.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was thinking, nice. I'll just knock this in and
exactly.
You know, that's how you've got to think, really. If you go, this is difficult, you're never going to pot it. So I thought, it's a free here. It's my break next anyway, which is what I was telling myself when I was in the chair. I was like, it's my break next anyway. I've been breaking all right. Just, you know, luck comes and goes. So he's always in every game. There's no rule, is there? Just
that match at the bit of it all.
Yeah, you just go. I had a massive fluke when I went with the friend that I ran out of position. I played a really thin cut and actually overcut it somehow. And
you've knocked the red on the yellow, vice versa.
I had a massive fluke. I think I got a bit of run. I probably got more run than he did.
There was a couple of maybe positional shots where you ended up landing a bit close, but still had something else. And one or two. But listen, you've ended up that red that popped back out probably sin-dyed the whole lot of it. So but listen, mate, you've won the match. You're through. You've played some good stuff there, and well, mate, continue.
Yeah, I mean that's as hard the last 32 as there is.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm just well happy to win.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. So congratulations to Dan Davyy. He is in the next round, and what a first round tie that was. But next up, Clint Jansen and Gio Edgar. So guys, please stay tuned.
Josh Collins, top table please. Josh Collins, top table. On table 5 in the arbiter, Harry Ray and Greg Gownan. Harry Ray and Greg Gownan, table 5. Ladies and gentlemen, please, on table 21, Vicky Lewis and Jeremy Hyde. Vicky Lewis and Jeremy Hyde, table 21, please.
Start to the match, this looks like it will be for Gio Edgar. Like he's going to go 2-0 up on Clint Hansen, winner, of course, at our last event in the professional event. So looking for 2 in a row is Clint. Gio was spectacular earlier in the day against Jack Wheelen. Did not put a foot wrong. It looks as though he's off to a flyer here as well. 2-0 Gio Edgar. Anthony Monarch and Morgan McInnes is a game that myself and Stevie were talking up. 6-all in that one. 2 of the younger players on the professional tour taking each other on. Best of 5. Best of 3 rather in that one, essentially. Lots of Scottish representation still in here in Glasgow. We will try and keep you updated on the results and the scores as best we can throughout the day as Gio Edgar breaks off in frame 3, leaves himself a pretty good looking chance on yellows, you'd have to say. They all go. That one yellow in balk, which needs a bit of attention to land on, and also needs to be careful with that yellow on the left hand side. He's gone after that straight away. Probably wanted to be just a fraction straighter on this shot. Probably play it with a bit of running side and hold the cue ball on the red to leave himself nicely on the yellow to the right centre. Actually drag it back. That's lovely. Just killed the cue ball off the cushion. Now has a nice angle to go up table into that balk end. Land on the one on the rail. And if he leaves a nice angle there, which I wouldn't say he has, got a shot to play now. A bit more angle and that would have been nice. But now he's going to have to punch this in. Probably leave himself on the yellow on the right hand side of the table down to the bottom right corner. Great recovery shot. Actually has options now. He could take the yellow down to the bottom left, then left centre, and leave the one to the right centre for last. Still weighing up his options. A bit short of pace, is it? Certainly didn't want to be doing this right off the cushion. I think the angle's okay to come back and play the yellow in the same pocket. But he is again just slightly under. Now the cue ball's going to be travelling to the right here. It's going to be travelling away from the 8 ball. So going to be a tricky shot on the 8, you would think. Has he got enough angle to stun across? Very nicely done indeed by Gio. He leads by 3 frames to 0. Doing all the early running in this match. Matt Steeper and Dean Shields out on table 11. Dean Shields was 4-1 up in that, I believe. Matt Steeper now leads by 6 frames to 4. That would be a big result for Matt. Both of those hoping to get through to the last 16 stage. And his pleas have been rewarded. Nice opportunity on probably yellows, you'd have to say. The awkward one on that left-hand side does have a big pocket. Bit of a decision to make here, because could take the one to the bottom right and try and land straight on the one to the middle so you can just top through, but with this being a big pocket, choosing the more difficult shot first. Little shake of the head there from Clint suggests to me, is he on the yellow to the bottom right? Does he just not like where he's pushed the 8 ball? Or has he got to take this one on first? In which case he could lose the cue ball. Big positional shot this, either way. Played it well. (3-1). And Clint Hansen gets himself on the board at a vital moment, you'd have to say. 4-0 would have been a worrying scoreline. Craig Marsh has just taken the lead against Mark Fleming. Again, Mark, who player who will be looking to keep this title in Scotland. There are plenty of them, as I said earlier. Number one, of course, Liam Dunster. Morgan McInnes, another one. He has just taken a big step in the right direction towards doing that as well. He has won another frame against Anthony Monarch. He now leads by 7 frames to 6. So Morgan McInnes is on the hill. I'm delighted to have some company in the commentary box. It's been a while, Dan Davyy.
It has been a while, yeah.
Welcome back. You've been selfish, haven't you? You've been sort of winning and playing well.
I've been trying to do well and that, yeah, and stay out the commentary box.
Yeah, I've not enjoyed it, if I'm honest.
No, fair enough. like meeting up with an ex.
Jesus.
What we got here then? 3-1 Geo.
Yeah, Geo's been playing well. Clint got on the board rather. Dished the last one. So I haven't seen a missed pot yet, although I did miss the first frame.
Yeah, fair enough. Clint obviously won the last event as well. Won the last pro event. Geo's kind of been the next big thing for a long time, but hasn't quite won one yet, but keeps on looking like he's going to.
Yes, yeah, exactly that. At some point, he needs to sort of do it, I think.
Yeah.
He will. I have no doubt that he will, and he's still very young.
Yeah, very young, yeah. Yeah, great player.
But he just doesn't want to become the next Dean Shields, you know?
No one wants to be the Scottish Dean.
Dean, who is currently trailing 6-4 to Matt Steeper.
Dean. Oh, that's handy. I'll share a room with Dean, and I'll have to listen to that all night. Bloody rubbish game. Don't like Paul. Why'd you keep coming? Oh, no. Well, no, no, I don't like it. Well, just stop coming then. No. I hate to moan.
Well, he's had plenty to moan about, to be fair.
He's like a Cole Pilkington.
He is, isn't he?
He's a funny moaner.
He is. It's absolutely true.
It's like all his moans are tongue in cheek, but he must moan. Manchester Moaner. I've never called him that. I'm gonna start calling him that.
Buy him a shirt with that on it.
Yeah.
Speak to onboard. Speak to Ben.
Do it. From what I've seen, it's not the hardest clearance in the world, but nicely taken still from Geo.
Yeah, I mean, he's been relentless. He's been relentless all day as well. He was on the second stream. He was the second match on the stream earlier, rather. I've forgotten how to talk, apparently. And he beat Jack Wheelen 8-1. So he's definitely in form, is Geo.
Yeah. Well, that can kind of... when you get a tough first round, which obviously Jack Wheelan's as difficult as you can get in any round, really, let alone first round.
So far, he's gone world champion.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, exactly.
Might have a quick look and see if he's got another one coming up.
And that's the last 64 and last 32.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, when you sometimes when you have a tough first round and you get through it, really loosens you up, and you feel really good.
especially getting through at 8-1 though.
Yeah,
you know, that's
well, the way you do it helps as well. I mean,
Yeah.
there's pros and cons to both. Like blitzing somebody makes $1 million. Because if you don't play great and scrape through, sometimes that feels even better.
I can tell you if he does win this, he will potentially face 3 former world champions in a row because he has the winner of Mark Fleming and Craig Marsh, whoever wins this one.
Well, there we are. Dry break from Clint has left Gio in the balls again, and the yellows look pretty good. I think there's a plant that needs to be played bottom left of the table. This is what he's just studying now. This is the key to the frame. Bottom left of the table, these 2 yellows, which will easily be plantable. It's more about where that first yellow goes afterwards.
Yeah,
is likely to get stuck to the red if you play it at the wrong pace. So he needs to decide how he's going to attack that and how he's going to play that, when he's going to play that. Looks like he's actually going to go into it, which I understand. Don't know if I would do that, but then I'm not saying I wouldn't.
It's got more likelihood of sticking to the red this way unless he plays it with pace, doesn't he?
Could, because depending on how he flicks it, it could then go back into the red, but you're probably going to be unlucky for it not to be potable. Yeah, that's good. That's pretty good. It could have gone wrong. But like we say, if you're directly behind it, playing the plant, well, you're highly likely to stick it to the red unless you play it at some serious pace, which you really don't want to be doing. So yeah, good shot. I think you might even leave that yellow till last now. Play it into the bottom right corner. We'll see.
I think it would be fair to say he's looking pretty confident.
Could be when you're 12-2 up on
yeah,
Jack Wheelen and Clint Anderson combined. He's obviously playing really well.
They were a doubles pair, weren't they, in the Worlds? I think they won the World Doubles, Jack and Clint.
Did they?
I think the year Jack won the Worlds.
Oh, right, yeah. Maybe, yeah.
A while ago now.
Yeah, it was,
2015, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Because before my time, I think I came onto the tour the year after.
Oh, okay. I played out of my skin against Jack in the last 32. And there's not many times you can say this in your entire kind of like pool career, but I probably made one mistake in the entire 3 set. It was race to 5, best of 3. He probably made 3 or 4 that he won. Because he broke like God.
Yeah.
Which is a skill, by the way. That's not 100%. An excuse. So, and it just didn't surprise me that he went on to win the tournament afterwards. There is, as well as anyone, I mean, he's got a great break anyway, but that particular week, yeah, his week. But Gio here, I mean, he left himself a difficult plant there.
Yeah.
He took his medicine, topped through and made sure that he got the white on the back cushion. Needed to trust a little bit to luck as to where this yellow was going to go. But it's gone where it's gone and he's happy and should be 5-1. But he played it at a good speed. So it was always likely to come out nice. Very good, very, very good stuff.
He's just, this is, I didn't commentate on his game. I just saw the score, but this is as comfortable as I've seen anyone on this table so far today.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, I was one of them.
But I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but that you did look like you struggled with it a bit.
Yeah, it's first match, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not used to playing on these tables because my local club hasn't got one. So I think like I always feel like the first hour or two that I play on these tables, I'm getting used to the odd thing. And if anything, it's quite a big disadvantage having a... Not disadvantage, just the wrong word, but... it's not all it cracked up to be to get a buy. and play somebody.
Fair point. Yeah, so you got to buy through the 64 to the 32. So
Yeah,
then they've already had a game. They know what the table's playing like.
Yeah.
They're warmed up. Yeah, I get it.
Especially when you're playing someone as good as Scott. To have that first up when I've had 0 table time on these tables is difficult. So I'm actually quite happy with how I played. I feel all right. I felt fine when it was, in the nitty gritty. I felt, if anything, that was where I felt best, which is good. Winning ugly, brilliant. Sometimes
that's kind of what I was going to say to you, because obviously, like you're saying, you played okay, and you did. You didn't do a huge amount wrong, but it definitely wasn't you at your best.
No, the white wasn't on a string. I wasn't when I'm playing well. The white's really, but just.
But do you feel like that's kind of gives you a bit of a boost that you have won a game where perhaps you weren't at your best? So
yeah, it's great.
You've still got levels to go.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah, I couldn't care less how I win. Obviously, you want to win playing well, but I care more about how I feel. Sometimes you can play well and not feel that good.
Yeah.
And it's almost like dodgy performances around the corner. Whereas if you feel all right and you think, no, I've got a few cobwebs off there, I feel all right. Then touch wood, goes all right after that. Vincent off of a dry geo break.
Not getting the best of the chances so far, is he? I think it's fair to say.
No, he's played a good shot there.
Yep.
Delicate little shot. But, I don't know if that yellow fully went, but it definitely does now.
I'm just wondering which one of these two yellows, because I can't tell which one of these goes, but it's played on them, so one of them. Maybe both of them do, but...
Yeah, if they both go, he wants to play the top one, but yeah. I mean, if the other one goes in the middle as well, he might play on it after this. Tricky now. Obviously, he's got the option to play the yellow off the red and screw back and play the other yellow into the left corner.
As long as he doesn't catch the red too thin and flick it over towards that pocket.
Yeah, which he might not have been able to do.
Yeah,
to be fair. Well, he's played a good shot there. He's just gonna back himself to play a good positional shot on this yellow at the bottom of the table as his last ball.
It is going to need to be a good positional shot, though.
Yeah, I think if he can he's in a good spot here, so he can just stun to the left of the break-in spot. Needs to be, yeah, that's perfect. He's actually got quite a big circle.
Yep.
To land in on the right-hand side of the table.
Yeah, if you could draw the edge of the circle at the edge of that red, nearest his cue there.
Yeah.
Then you've got. Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, ideally you don't want to be queuing off the cushion because there are reds in the way to get back up to the black.
He's made it into the circle.
Yeah, I think that's okay. Just about. He plays this with a trace of. That'll be left hand side. I think. Yeah, he's just looking now. Can he miss? Is he going to miss that yet? Red on the way back up. I think he is. So it's all just about speed control.
Yeah, just don't kill the cue ball off the cushion as well if you're playing that.
No, yeah, you can overhit it, just don't underhit this. That's perfect. Horrible little shots to them at any time, let alone at 5-1 down. Especially if it's a table you don't always play on. And
yep. That was a really nice finish, actually, from Clint.
Yeah, very good. Didn't take those like a guy who's 5-1 down under pressure, did he?
No, and he gets back. He's back within 3.
We got here is
this is the under 15s final in the Glasgow Youth Invitational that's been going on alongside.
Yeah, what a shot!
It's Shane Scott and Jamie McPherson Jr. That was some shot, wasn't it?
It was. A real good experience for these playing on the string. Trying to leave himself a double, I think.
Overrun that, I think. I don't think you can.
Yeah. I like the idea, though. Attacking. Big break this for Clint. He's got a ball. Where's the white? Where's the white?
Oh, well, it's not enough, but that's where the good news ends, I think.
Yeah, it's not much better than enough, but it is better. Yellows are nice as well if he had made a ball and sort of been middle of the table.
I think all he can do is thin off this and just leave the cue ball close to the... You can sort of get the cue ball in between the two yellows, maybe?
Yeah, just that's about all you can do, isn't it? He's used the extension.
Surprised at that.
Yeah,
I think that's a mistake.
You don't want to use it when it's you know exactly what you're going to do.
It's just that was just a waste of a, especially in a frame like this where you might need it.
Yeah, like with 10 seconds to go, he must have known what he was going to. I've done that before. You just I don't want to rush it.
Can't pot this to the middle, surely, can he?
Well, if it goes, he just
feel no. He's just going to play the same shot. Reverse. Maybe he was just checking he wasn't going to leave it on.
Maybe. Yeah.
More and more difficult to hide, though. It's a good shot from Gio.
Yeah, because I mean, you almost need to play this real thin, but with a lot of side to get it back up. That's about as good as he could have done there. Pretty good shot. Yeah, he couldn't play that softly. If he plays that softly, he's definitely leaving something. Good shot. I've got a plant on. Yellow, red, off the yellow note.
I think he's the same again. I think he's just trying to land on top of it. Pretty good.
Yeah, this now becomes horrible. He can flick off the yellow and try and land touching ball on the yellow or the red at the bottom of the table, but it's so hard.
The run left it.
Yeah, didn't want to leave the yellow in the middle. And if Gio's looking, as you can see, at getting on this yellow into the right bottom right corner, then this must be pretty straight, which is exactly what Clint didn't want. Missable, because you've got to play this at a bit of pace. But he's left in the perfect angle. He's just not hit that, has he?
Sort of jumped up off it as if it wasn't the best contact.
Yeah, maybe.
But no,
it didn't look like he hit it hard.
I don't think he's come far. He's come far enough that he can play this cushion first.
Yeah, and look,
Clint's reds are awful still.
Yeah. It should go close.
Will go close. Will it go in? It won't. Good white though.
Quite often they drop on these fresh cloths, but especially at that pace. But
terrific cue ball.
Yeah, it is.
Clint's trying to find a safety. He's got to hit a cushion after contact. Don't forget.
Great shot.
It's a brilliant shot.
I think he was always likely to. It was a good chance that something like that was going to happen.
Yeah.
But they're horrible shots to play on a table that you don't know, with the slide of a brand new table.
Doesn't look the most difficult of escape though, and because Gio is snookered, he doesn't have to worry about hitting a cushion. So there's plenty of ways here he can not leave Clint a shot. He hasn't managed it.
No, and he may have only left a long pot for Clint into the top left corner, but you'd fancy Clint to get it, and then it's just a case of, I mean, not an easy clearance, but the red that didn't go looks like it now does go to the bottom left corner.
Quite a nice angle as well, this, isn't it? To hack the other three? Oh, doing. Oh, where's this cue ball? Oh, wow. He's had a touch. Yeah. But he has left Gio a shot.
He has, yeah. He's apologised, but
I'm amazed Clint didn't go for that long one.
Well, I can understand why he's played what he's played, but as well as that's come out, if he swerves this and catches the yellow half ball, a very good chance that he's going to either pop the yellow over the pocket or get a snooker in this bottom right corner of the table. Very clever player, though, Clint. He plays a lot of shots that you don't think of.
Great shot.
Good shot. So, decisions.
I remember, you were talking about Clint, sorry, but I remember he played one of the best safety shots I've ever seen. It was against Ben Davies in Newcastle. The one where we went to St James's Park.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And it was a latter stage of the tournament. I can't remember all the details, but basically, it looked like he was absolutely dead and buried. And he's managed to play this shot where he's left Ben touching his own ball with no shot on. And he was, the frame was done.
Yeah,
right? And he managed to find a way out. And you're right, he has got that kind of that ability to find a shot that nobody else sees.
He's a bit of a He's thinks outside the box a little bit. Great shot from Gio though. That's this frame done, I think. Very good shot. Yeah, it's one thing thinking of those shots when you've got all the time in the world, but when you've got a 30-second shot clock, to see those shots, there's a hell of a pool brain. But Clint's got a very good one.
He's going to need to use all of it from 6-2 down, though.
He is, and experience. People forget how long Clint's been around.
Yeah.
Because he's quite sort of baby-faced and lucky that he looks a lot younger than he does. He's, I think he's nearly 40.
Well, he was the runner-up, wasn't he, in the first IPA Worlds, and that was 20, either 13 or 14.
Yeah, that
so
was
he's been at the very
side.
top level for at least that long. Were you at that tournament? Were you part of the...
Yeah, I lost in the quarters to Gareth Potts, who
okay.
beat Clint in the final, yeah. Yeah, it was... that was one of my first ones back from... Didn't play for like 6 years, but from the age of like 17 till 23. I mean, I did, but just...
Yeah, I know what you're
down the pub.
You weren't...
Didn't play any tours or
serious.
nothing. No. If there's a £20 thing close to me, I'd play in it. I played on a thing called the Hartford Tour, which was like an hour from my house, 30 quid to enter. But yeah, I didn't really play for 6 years. But when I came back, that was first or second Worlds, maybe, that I played in.
That was... I think it was the first IPA Worlds. Wasn't it? Or were there IPA Worlds before that? I don't actually know.
Can't remember. I mean, there was, but just not in the blackball.
It's the first blackball world.
Yeah, since change.
Here are the tour dates for the rest of the season. We are, of course, in Glasgow. We have one more stop in Coventry before the grand final in the Isle of Man in November. I assume you will be attending that this year. 'Cause you couldn't make the last two last year, could you?
No. The year before.
Oh, was it the year before?
No. Was it last year?
I think it was. I don't think you were in the Isle of Man last year because it was a new venue. Have you been there?
No, I did go. Yeah, I did. It was a new venue. Yeah. No, it was the year before.
Oh, okay.
This is the year because I've got two. I missed Tour 4 and Tour 5 because my mate quite selfishly got married.
Was it his wedding and his stag do fell on tour weekend?
No. I played for England, which was like a toss-up between, we should do this money-wise, we should play on the IPA, but it was good fun playing the England stuff. And it was in Malta. Like, we made a holiday.
I remember, yeah.
Holiday out of it kind of thing. It was a real tough decision. So I missed the grand finals for that, and then Tour 4, I missed it because my mate got married in Sardinia. So
at least you got a couple of holidays out of it.
Yeah. But there's so I've got four events worth of points at the end of this year.
Oh, okay. That
There's
you
two,
didn't
yeah.
have before.
Yeah. So I've got 0 points to defend at tour 4 and tour 5.
Okay. So yeah, we can see you shoot up the rankings then.
Hopefully, yeah. Vincent.
Yeah, well, Gio handed over the initiative from the break there, in off.
Yeah, but the last 2 or 3 have been either dry or...
Yeah.
It's, you got to just think if you're Clint, right, just... These games turn so often. You know, if you just get this, pot off your own break, that could be 6-4. All sorts can happen. So Clint's been around long enough to know that. Just struggling a bit here with these 2 yellows bottom right that are together. Don't know if he can play the yellow off of another yellow to open it up after he plays the one into the bottom left.
Yeah, it's just where it's going to end up, isn't it?
So what it looks like it's going to end up. Looks like it's going to end up tucked into the red on the right hand side cushion.
That's a great shot.
We've got to tell you what just happened there.
You do.
We're in the commentary box and sort of like the bar set up in Only Fools and Horses where Bellboy fell through the bar and there's a hatch to it. A great little commentary box. And a guy's just opened it and I don't know if he's drunk or not. And just said, oh, sorry, I thought you were a wee off licence. Jesus.
Absolutely bizarre.
Yeah.
Absolutely bizarre behaviour. Anyway, Clint's made a mess of this, and now he needs a big shot here.
Missed the middle pocket. Missed the jaw.
Didn't miss the jaw.
Didn't miss the jaw. He was fractions away from being perfect there. So he does have a shot. It's horrible, especially awkward queuing just to flick off the yellow and then try and weld himself behind it. But it's not going to be difficult for Gio to get out of, even if he does play it perfect.
This is one of those situations where you almost think you might as well go for something ambitious because, you know, why not?
Yeah.
I mean, he's done reasonably well there. He's covered the 8 ball a bit.
Yeah, the red in the middle of the table maybe doesn't, go into every pocket now.
But he's probably going to move that with his first shot.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably an easy safety that Gio can play here as well if he wants to. Looking at that now. I think you got to attack from him, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You take the red to the right centre first, surely, don't you? And then
I would.
Just go.
I would, because that could have ended anywhere.
And it...
I don't know if he's covered. I don't think he can cut this yellow. I mean, let's face it, Clint's in a lot of trouble still.
But he's one fluke away from not being...
Yeah, I don't know if he's total snookered, whether he can catch the edge of the yellow, whether he can double it. But, I mean, even if he can double it, he's highly unlikely to land on the other yellow. It is a calculated...
Yeah,
it's a percentage shot from Gio. It's not a bad shot.
No, not at all. It's just one of those shots that can occasionally look like a bad shot when your opponent flukes up.
Yeah.
They were all there, really. I think that's the thing. I think Clint's just going to make contact here. Oh, and he hasn't made contact at all. So, Gio was right.
Yep.
And it looks for all the world like we're going 7-2.
Yeah, he's got about 100 options here for what he can do with his first shot to make this even easier for himself. That'll do.
Yeah, I mean, I quite like that because he wasn't trying to be too clever about it. No, you can underhit that and think, oh, I need to get the yellow near the cushion, and he's just like, no, just get it out of the way.
He probably did try and get it on the side cushion, but he hasn't, and it's not really a big deal. Clint sat like a lady with a skirt on, isn't he? I can't do that.
Like he's in a sort of Dickensian.
Yeah, like a king of the throne, yeah. Super chilled, isn't he? Doesn't look 60 down, does he?
I can't do that either.
I can't do. Well, I mean, I can. I just look like I'm doing yoga.
Too fat.
What about you?
Oh, I meant me.
Oh, did you?
I wasn't being that harsh. No. I mean, now that you've said it, you've sort of opened up the door, but...
Yeah. Can't do it. It reminds me of when you were in assembly and you used to sit with your legs crossed.
Oh, I hated it so much.
Yeah.
I loved it when you got to year 5, because then you could sit on the bench.
Did you?
Yeah, we had year 5 and 6 got benches.
Oh.
Reception year 4, sat on the floor cross-legged.
Yeah.
Never. It's the most uncomfortable way to sit. I don't understand how people do it.
Did you enjoy the hymns you had to sing?
He's got the whole world in his hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I hate it.
Pardon the pun. But yeah, just sing Hosanna. Oh God. Get me out of there. I was a good kid at school as well, but I just wanted to walk out. I was just making you sing.
Yeah.
Sing?
I quite like singing, but not that.
Yeah, I want to sing something you like.
Yeah.
Westlife or something. Spice Girls.
Take
that.
Did you have your own school song?
Yeah, not your school hymns.
But did you have a specific school song?
Can't remember.
We had one, and it was I'm not going to, but
bad, was it?
Oh, so bad. And obviously, because you're like 11 or 12, you change the lyrics to be the most inappropriate thing you can think of.
Yeah, just try and get the word poo in there or something, just because so you're really cool, but you don't get in too much trouble. Oh, look what I did! Listen to my song. Under 15s final. Just under it, that. Just slightly missed it. If he'd got the potting angle, he was perfect on that. Red into the bottom left corner.
Been a good addition to the tour, this junior.
Yeah, it's good.
Invitational. I've seen some really, really good stuff and some really talented youngsters.
Yeah, look at that.
That's perfect.
Fearless.
It's just nice to see that the future is so bright.
Yeah. Future's orange.
That's Clint Ionson's shirt. Other defunct mobile phone companies are available. Been a long time since I've heard that one.
That's my first ever mobile phone, I think. Orange.
E-mobile, I think.
Actually, no, it was 1-to-1.
1-to-1. Now you're going back.
Yeah.
They were on the Everton shirts, weren't they? Remember that?
Yeah, they were, yeah. Clint straighten off the break. Gio with a great chance. Good first shot, that. Clever first shot. Opened everything up. I think he'll just take the 3 reds bottom of the table and then go up for the 3 at the top. It couldn't be much easier, really. It's only really this little bit here that could go wrong. So you can see, I think he's left himself the perfect angle to just top it through. Little shots like that, a lot of people don't appreciate, just leaving yourself the perfect natural angle.
Yeah.
So you can top this through. Some people might have stunned that, and then you're having to play this either punching it, done.
Yeah, or you're hampered by the yellow.
Yeah, or you're topping it with a bit of side. You don't want to play something with running side down action sort of thing. He's left himself the perfect natural angle, came round and double checked exactly what he needed.
Underhit that fraction.
Yeah, but he should be able to kill the white and hold here. Could even play it off the yellow, can he?
Talking of Gio's opponents, as we did earlier, he's gone world champion in Wheelen and Ianson. It looks like it's going to be Craig Marsh next as well, because he is 7-1 up on Mark Fleming.
Oh wow, didn't take him long.
It didn't, did it?
No.
It was 1-1 when you walked in, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's potentially the last thing that can go wrong in this match for Gio.
And it hasn't. East Plum.
Easy to bounce. That is perfect. Probably go middle now. Middle left.
Yeah. Yeah, left middle, right middle, top left.
Done. Yeah.
Been a superb performance from Gio. Can probably feel a little bit hard done by on the breaks, maybe, but he can't feel hard done by the way Gio's played, because it's been exceptional. He's just been on a string the whole game.
Yeah, it looks really good. Looks very good. Start at the table now towards the left middle. Yeah, clinical.
Yep, certainly was. Clinical indeed from Gio Edgar. After an 8-1 win over Jack Wheelen earlier today, he follows it up with an 8-2 win over Clint Ianson. A superb performance from the young Scot. And he's going to be a force. He's going to be hard to stop, Dan.
He is, yeah. I mean, he's got to win 4 more matches. But, yeah, you just carry on playing like that, and just whatever happens, happens, isn't it? You just got to back yourself to... He's going to have to come through a close match or two, probably, if he's going to win it. So as long as he handles it when it gets tight, there's no reason why playing like that he can't go on and win it.
No, I mean, you'd have to put him among the favourites given the way that today has gone. He really has laid down a marker.
Yeah, if you're to go along the lines of who's played best from what we've seen, it's probably him.
Yep, for sure. Well, Gio Edgar safely through to the last 16 tomorrow. He will be in the studio with Stevie Walker very shortly.
About this, I am now joined by the winner once again, Gio Edgar. Well played, mate. That was good.
Aye, no bad, mate. Easy draw, really.
Aye, I mean,
my first 2 games were pretty easy, so. I don't think you can get a worse draw, to be honest. I genuinely don't.
It's incredible.
Aye, it is incredible. I played really well. You've got to play like that to beat the 2 in a row. Never mind beat one of them. Beating one of them's enough, but beating 2 of them in a row is, you need to be playing really good. You know what I mean? And I felt good. I felt really good. Like I said last time, tip feels really nice. Looked really nice. I was just floating them in, and I just felt really comfortable out there in the shot clock and everything. I just felt good.
Well, that you could actually see that at the side. A few people standing and watching were just talking as you're playing, and you could see that. There just looked like an air of confidence. Somebody used, he's got that cheeky arrogance about him, but I said it's not that. It's just, see, when you're confident and you feel good and you're approaching the table, just the way you're just buzzing, and you can actually see that when you're playing.
It just felt easy, man. Everything just felt like I was doing everything really good. I felt like I was controlling the weight really well, and I mean, it's easy if you're controlling the weight. It's an easy game. If you're not, but most of the time you're not, so it's not, you know what I mean? But no, I felt like I was controlling the weight so well, and it just made everything easy.
It looked as if there was a couple of issues with the break at some points, but I thought just went a wee bit messy.
I thought I was maybe slacked a couple, my last couple.
I seen you reacting to
Kev at the end there.
Right.
I think you slacked me a couple there, Kev. No, I think the last 2 felt a bit slack. I mean, I smashed them in the middle. Never moved. But I think it's maybe, I don't think it's really anything to do with Kev. I think it's just a wee something that's he's getting them touching. I think just a wee something's banging in the
That's
bar
it.
after that.
I
I don't think it's his fault.
No, sometimes that happens, you know that yourself, but I did notice your reaction to one of them, and I'm thinking you're getting closer to the line, you're just hungry to get an opportunity, but no, I thought you played well. I thought maybe that wee bit of confidence you need, but you're playing against some of the best players in the IPA, never mind obviously in the world, but you've got to have that. If you're coming into this playing against these guys and you think, well, hopefully I do alright, hopefully, and I know that's no you, I've known you now a long time, and I know the character you've got, that's the difference.
I mean, why enter a tournament if you don't think you're going to win? It's pointless. I mean, I wouldn't be here if I didn't think I could win. That's it. You've just got to believe you can win. I mean, but you've obviously got to go and do it. But like I said, I just felt that good, and everything felt like it was coming easy. And that's why I felt so good, because everything felt easy. You know what I mean? And I'm buzzing, to be honest, with the 2 results there. Absolutely buzzing.
Well, long may it continue, mate, and you're still in it, and while you're still in it, who knows, you might win it.
We'll see how we go, mate. One game at a time.
Well, cheers, Gio.
Cheers.
So as Gio steps out, Andrew Betts jumps in again, and there was a kind of pre-planned part of this, but Craig's told me that there's a sneaky wee bonus track going on. I don't know if it's going to be refed and the full production and all that kind of stuff, but Ronan McCarthy and Davyy Riggins is going to be shown for people at home. But that's a wee bonus. But for that, Gio Edgar, absolutely flying.
3 frames dropped in 2 rounds
against 2 unbelievable players.
Maybe this is what he needs. Like I said, he's had some tough draws all the way through the season so far, and this one is again another tough draw, but he's come through both of them and quite convincingly. Everyone's got to be looking at his name now in the draw thinking he looks good, don't really want to play him.
No, exactly.
And he's got to be feeling good in himself.
Well, he said there, he went, Stevie, everything feels easy. He went, I've got a new tip on and I'm loving the feel of it, but Johnny McDermott standing next to me and he just looks on fire, and he's got an arrogance about him. And I said to Johnny, Johnny, I think that's just a confidence that comes when you're absolutely buzzing, and it might look sometimes like, and you know what, there's nothing wrong with having a little cheeky thing in your shoulder that says, listen, I'm the man, because he's got the ability, he's a cracking character, he's obviously really good, he's getting kind of comfortable on the camera now, he's loving it, but I just think he's always been good enough to go and win one. I just wonder if the penny's dropped and he realises, you know what, I'm one of the kiddies here and he's shown it.
Well, hopefully for him, the penny has dropped and we're having the same conversation about him again tomorrow. Like I said, fair play to him. He's knocked out Jack Wheelen and Clint, the two of the biggest names Pool's ever seen, and like it was nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Clint obviously comes back, wins a tournament, beats the likes of Dunster in the final. He's absolutely flying. So for me, I'm looking at Clint in this event and thinking, right, he's going to be one of the guys to beat, because he's got the bit between the teeth again. He's shown what he can do. He's taking this game serious again, and Gio made light work of him.
Did make light work of him, and good luck to Gio tomorrow, because we've had some absolutely unbelievable games there so far tomorrow, and if that's anything to go by, it's going to be like that again tomorrow.
Yeah, but there is one man still in the draw that's going to take a bit of beating. And we have to mention him because he is the best on the table right now. He is the man that just continues to defy all logic, and it's Liam Dunster. And I've seen that he played pretty well in his match as well. So
yeah, he breezed through 8-1 didn't he, against Liam Power. So nice early one for him tonight. Just got himself used to the table, and back again tomorrow.
It's going to be an exciting kind of. I mean, the finals tomorrow, so it's going to be an exciting end regardless. But yeah. Gio Edgar, what can we say? He's absolutely flying. It's still all going here right now, and like we mentioned, there is going to be a wee bonus game, and it's not a bad game to put on.
Yeah, it's
Ronan McCarthy and Davyy Riggins. Davyy, who was in the final of the first
amateur event this season,
and Ronan, who somehow went under the radar into the amateurs once again.
And again won many big things in pool. So on paper, you think he's maybe the man to beat, but David has already shown this year that he's no easy task.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, it should be an exciting one for people at home to carry on watching.
Yeah, so guys, that match is coming up, so please stay tuned. It is going to be an absolute cracker. Ronan McCarthy, Davyy Riggins, stay tuned.
on table 23, please. Jared Heaney, Michael Bissett. Jared Heaney, Michael Bissett, table 23. open table 3. Jordan